Hey. Yes, yes. Yeah, I met you last year. Oh, the Neptune stage. I know. It was I had it was on the official schedule at a different stage at one point. What's that? No, Ryan. Oh, it started. Right. I know. I'm just live here. Yeah. Can you it's not on the screen yet. Oh, okay. There's part. Okay. Can you share the slides? Should I try unplug it and plug it back in again? There we go. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, right. So my name's Ryan. I'm here with Swirls Lab, which is the developer arm of Hedera. And I am a developer relations. I specifically work in education. My training is as an educator. Whoop, let's go to the next one. And I've been working in the space for the last 5 years and try to make Web3 more accessible and fun for people coming into it because it can be confusing. So let's dig in. So, and as part of that, we have $30,000 in bounties as part of the Biddle Week here. So if you want to learn more about that, stick around to the end of this presentation. It's not too long, another 18 more minutes, and we'll be digging into a bit of that, and we can talk more afterwards as well. So it'd be good to talk to you about it. So what's Hedera anyway? So it is an open source, leaderless, proof of stake network that powers the next generation of the web. And it offers fast, cost-effective services for developers like you who are sitting here watching this. So thanks for being here. Things started out with Bitcoin, as I'm sure you know, moved into Ethereum, and then Hedera is a layer one where it is architected from the ground up for new and existing applications running at scale. So it's a little bit different. It is EVM compatible, and we'll dig into that. So for folks who have been working in that space, like here at ETH Denver, it's something great to look at. So compared to previous iterations of the internet, Web3 has the ability to have fair and trusted results at scale while no single party can alter or control. So if we look at the first evolution of that, then it is explained through the tokens where the value is with digital currency, then moving outwards into the ledger. So we've got identification, ownership of things, land, devices, stock shares, ownership, music, and then into there in contracts, like smart contracts. So that is even more in depth and more consensus along the lines. And then into markets. So yeah, there's fair matching, settlement of many contract participants. This isn't anything that if you were working as a developer on Ethereum, that would be unfamiliar, but something good for people who maybe are less familiar with that. So the problem with that sort of approach is it does, depending on the chain, use enormous amounts of energy, low processing speeds, high unpredictable processing costs, depending on the cost of token time, security and gas, of course, security vulnerabilities, and centralization transparency concerns. So how we approach that is we have brought into it a high performance, 10,000 TPS on our chain, finality in seconds, and it's like I was saying, EVM compatible. One of the nice things about it too, we have really great node operations and carbon negative infrastructure. So if you were looking to make sure that your work is carbon negative, then Hedera is a great project to look at. And again, welcome to come afterwards, come talk, and I can tell you more about it. All right. So what makes it different? And it is a different layer one. And so instead of being a blockchain where it's like a tree and it's pruned off the limbs, it is a Hashgraph is a distributed ledger, and every node knows what every other node knows. So we have something on the protocol called gossip about gossip, and that makes it so the information can move quickly and the transaction processing speed is high. So Hedera does things a little bit differently. So it also makes it so it requires less electricity to run to reach consensus. And part of that, well, Alex here in the corner, he's part of our adventure here. So yes, so the Hedera Governing Council. So one of the things that's different about Hedera is the governing council exists. And so we have 39 governing council members. Currently there's 31, and each one of them runs a node, and that's how consensus comes. We are moving into community nodes in the future. There's no specific date for that at this point, but it will be part of the next phase of growth of the network. So as I was saying, it's up to 39 of them, and it's very diverse across universities, nonprofits, and 6 different continents, so just not Antarctica, not yet anyway. And they each have a 3-year maximum term with up to 2 consecutive terms. And we have different committees: membership, technical steering, product, treasury management, coin, economics. So that's where tokenomics would be, legal, regulatory, and marketing. My work is with Swirls Labs, which reports to the Marcom committee, which is under marketing there. So yeah. It's a pretty healthy network. We've got over 20,000 developers working on it, over 100 applications on mainnet since we did open access in 2019, and over 1,000 transactions processed each second. So it's pretty quick, and I was saying low energy, so it's the most used public DLT, and something that you can really rely on when you're working on a network and looking for something a bit different, low energy, and you want something stable. As I mentioned with the green thing, so as you can see in the graph here, it uses 1,000 times less energy than Visa per transaction. So if you're going to swipe your Visa, this is used 1,000 times less to process that transaction, and it's faster too. So there's a big plus there. So yeah, I know for me, that's part of the reason why I work on this blockchain, is because I really do want to make a difference in the world. Yeah, so this is something that was really important to me. So maybe that's something that's important to you too. So let's see, just as a check-in here, as a developer, so those in the audience here, are unpredictable fees something that you've been dealing with? So if you just like raise your hand, so that's something that's come up for you. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, it's just a little bit of interaction here. Yeah, so the one thing that's different with the way Hedera does that, because that is common, right? It's our token, the HBAR, is associated with the USD. So the fees are denominated in USD, and it aims to discourage US tax by imposing a financial barrier. And so it's a stable coin essentially. So we have the possibility that when you're trying to create a project and how much it's going to cost to run the processing for it, you're going to be able to like pitch it to somebody, and what it costs now is what it'll be costing later because the fee is the same. So yeah, which is really nice. So that's why enterprise is one of the areas that we focus on as well, but not limited to that at all. Definitely open and want to have community involvement, which brings us to Alex and Sporky here. So that's the spork whale. I added the spork in, but had this little whale and the astronaut around at home too. So yeah, so we really want to bring the Ethereum community into Hedera, hence EVM compatibility, and bring a lot of community projects. So you'll be wondering, how does that exactly work? So we are EVM equivalent in some ways and EVM compatible in some other ways. So I'll tell you about that here. So in some ways that you can use end users, which is often the people who I like to appeal to, because I want to make sure that everybody can work in Web3 as much as possible. And that's important to developers too. So they've got the same tools. So they can use MetaMask wallets. We have a wallet snap for that. So that's in there. The dApps can be ported over to Hedera if you're working on an EVM. We have our community created wallet connect here. That was really inspiring to see that come together from the community, and I was really proud to watch and be involved. I wasn't just developer relations education guy, so I was kind of like watching from the sidelines, but very cool to see. I used to work in community more, and it was very nice to see the community coming together on this. So the Saints, we've got the wallet snap there, so you get access to 30 million active users on MetaMask already, and removes friction for those users who are coming in from that space as well. And yeah, it can really empower developers to work with MetaMask and beyond. So you can use Hedera's properties within using MetaMask as the root of it. So we also have JSON RPC Relay and have 4 different ones, which I'll show in the next slide here. And so this is EVM compatibility rather than equivalence. And so the equivalence is something we're working to in the longer term. But with right now, we've got the RPC Relay. So we've got 4 different community hosted JSON RPC relays, which is great. It's configured to use Shanghai hard fork. on the last mainnet release. So that's really great if you want to port something over from EVM, and you won't be starting from scratch, essentially. It's great. Developer tools, yeah. Again, so your workflows, the things that you need to do in your everyday, you don't have to start from scratch. So I was saying here, so we've got OpenZeppelin. You can use your MetaMask wallet. Token standards, ERC20 and ERC721 are available, and you can use Hashcan and Sourceify to do your smart contract verification. And Hardhat and Foundry are available. In fact, Foundry is available. We've got blogs all ready to go, tutorials on these topics right here. So you're able to just jump right in and do things to make things easier for yourself, because nobody wants to come to a new ecosystem and be like starting from nothing. It's hard. So we want to make it easy for you. So what exactly does that look like? So just as a quick example, you just upload your files to Hashscan here, and it just verifies them. So that's just your JSON and your SOL files. That's it. So pretty simple, nice to see, and yeah. All right, now it's playing it over again. So part of what makes Hedera different than Ethereum and other networks is the way that the network is actually set up. So Alex here is exploring a node. I live in a place that's got a lot of snow. There's about this much right now. And so that's why the pictures are in snow. But there's a little node on the network from the wood pile. And so within Hedera, we have consensus, which, as I was saying, it's different. It's not a blockchain, it's a DLT, so distributed ledger technology, which blockchains are as well, but this is a bit different. So we've got consensus, and within that, so we've got the Hedera consensus service, the token service, and the smart contract service. So those pieces come together to to send the transactions to mainnet. There's more on this. Oh, hey. To be able to come together on mainnet and bring everything to make it simpler for people. There's a lot of education on this that's really been coming together in the past bit. We've got a education and training thing that I've been working on for the past year, and Patches here is in the videos. So yeah, hi him, and he'll be right there in the videos to say hello too. So yeah, that's great. So we have the token service of saying it makes tokenization simple. It's all built in. The docs are there. Everything's there for you, so you're not going to be lost. You can reach out and get help when you need it. We want to make things with as little friction as possible for people, because that's really when somebody is joining, friction's the thing that gets in the way, right? So if you've been in a place before, you're trying something new, and one of the things like that, I once tried to join my local community radio, and nobody ever replied to me, to my email. And so I never joined them, because it feels like they're not interested. So yeah, we want to make things easy for you. So if you're reaching out, I've got my contact information here too if you get stuck. So come talk to me afterwards if you're interested too. Yeah, so we've got the token service, so it can tokenize natively right on there. The smart contracts, it's built on Solidity. But the nice thing too, as was on the last slide there, you can do it without having to use smart contracts if you aren't a Solidity dev, and that's okay. So you can start from there and expand. So if you're coming from a more of a Web 2 space, you can do that on Hedera. So is my cursor? There it is. Okay. So one of the things I really like about it too is fair transaction ordering. So because the consensus is different, you can't do front running on Hedera. You're able to know that the transactions go in what order they come in, because all the nodes are comparing to what all the other nodes know. So you're going to know exactly what happened at what time. So they all match their timestamps. So within consensus, it's just easier. So that's something that's really nice, that you can have confidence in when things are actually on chain. So I'm a big fan of that. And then the consensus service itself. So yeah, it's got 10,000 transactions per second per shard, and guaranteed order, as I was just saying, and it integrates into Hyperledger Fabric to create new architecture. So there's a lot possible, and yep, got to keep moving here, because we got to make sure to get to the bounties bit, as I promised you. There's over $30,000, well, 30,000, and then some from us. So I want to make sure you can see that part too. So some use cases on Hedera. Whew, okay, 20 minutes is short. All right. So Avery Jettisons, this is one of my favorite ones. What I really like about it is for people who really just want to be able to track where their food's connected from, how the distribution has impacted on the environment, then they can use an app like this, and it tracks all the way through the whole supply chain to know how much carbon has been used. So it's a really wonderful, beautiful thing, and I love that Web3 can be used for these sorts of use cases. So I'm a big fan of this. They don't just do stickers, but the way that they track Avery Dennison, it's very cool. I know them from stickers originally. So 2NFM, so they use tokenization, and they have their own token on the Jam token using the Hedera token service. So that's built on top as well. So there is a lot possible with the different services that are built in with Hedera, and wonderful to see that. And oh, there's the 5-minute warning. All right. We have SushiSwap, which is the largest DEX on Hedera. And so there's a lot possible in there. If you want to do a DEX and build in that kind of space, you can use the token service and consensus service for that. And this one here, a core, I've only seen it red, so I hope I'm saying that right. But they were tracking shortages of drugs. So the shortages, like the lack of transparency in the supply chain. So this makes an auditable trail of events in near real time for track and trace capability without needing a smart contract. So that's pretty cool. These kind of things can be developed too on Hedera. And we've got some other great ones like Timeless here. So they're tracking carbon and having an auditable way to do that. So similar to what Atma is doing, but just more in a different way. Because there's different ways you can track carbon in different networks, of course. So connecting to the network. So there's a QR code on the screen here. There's probably not enough time to scan it, so it's just up on the screen for you. But you can get a testnet account, and we actually now have a faucet as well. So you can come on, you can try out Hedera with the faucet anonymously, like one would expect in a Web3 space. And yeah, so you can come on here, create a testnet account, and that's part. If you're going through our learning program, then you can get a testnet account through that as well. Or you can do it through the back end, like so, with your env file. I'll do that for a second so you can read that. So that's an option as well. Then here's our faucet. And you can see Alex in the corner is taking a look at that, because this is something that we've recently got online and I think is pretty great. So it's nice to see that we're in that space. So you can come in and join and work in the way that you're familiar with. So what's next? You can learn more, so you can get started with Hedera. It's hashgraphdev.com. That is the place in the ecosystem where you can really learn. You can get a certification on Hedera as a developer, which is pretty cool. And from there, you can build a lot more. So that brings us to bounties. So as sponsors, oh, he's going crazy. As sponsors, we're thrilled to be part of this vibrant community. Hedera's a sustainable and open source layer 1 network that offers fast, cost-effective services for developers like you. So you can build scalable dApps using Hedera's tech, participate in our $30,000 bounty program. So there's 3 different levels. Beginners, you get started with Web3. So that's essentially, you just build something on Hedera using one of the 3 services. Experience, we're solving some problems in DeFi. And there's more on this on the next slide, so you don't feel like you have to know everything now, and you can come talk to us after. And we're on the Discord channel too, so don't feel like you have to know everything now, because that would be a lot to expect of people just watching a 20-minute presentation. And then integrations, find gaps, and business opportunities. So there's 10,000 there, so that's like, we've got some different possibilities in there. Whoop. Like you can see here. So we have this bounty here, just a quick overview. So yeah, you can build something on Stablecoin Studio or on the Guardian. And so like, this is more of an early stage startup kind of category. And then we've got some oracles in here as well. More of this is on the Devfolio site, the link's here. But yeah, this will be on Discord as well. So don't feel like you have to write down a URL. But this is the main Devfolio at the bottom here. Then you just search for Hedera or click on it on the left side. So that's there for you. So, okay. So that brings me to the end. So I got to wrap up. So I guess this works out well, because it says right there, 1 minute, please wrap up. So I guess with that, that's my time. Is there any quick questions before I head off the stage? And maybe not. Maybe they're afterwards. That's okay too. I'll be around. So yeah, I guess that's it from me. And yeah, thanks for having me. Okay.
Chris Anatolio. Oh, sorry. Hey everyone, my name is Chris Anatolio. I'm a developer advocate at Spiron Network. Today we got a cool talk. We're talking about community-owned infrastructure. So basically the idea here is we are going to actually deploy, operate, and manage infrastructure, for instance, nodes, indexers, basically anything you can run in a Docker container, basically any kind of application or database. We're going to talk about actually managing that using a DAO. So for instance, creating a DAO proposal, and then when that proposal gets executed, it'll actually automatically kick off a deployment pipeline. So one of the big complaints with DAOs is basically you're voting on a wall of text, right? So you have this discussion, you have a vote, but basically you are relying on the good faith efforts of essentially a third party, maybe the developer team, to actually execute those instructions in good faith and actually to the letter of what was agreed on. So just real quick about Spiron. Spiron is a decentralized computing platform. Basically, we try to make it butter smooth to deploy basically any type of infrastructure. Basically, you can deploy anything in a Docker container with like a super butter smooth developer experience. And it's robust, it's scalable, it's resilient, it's good to go. So basically, here is the high-level process. So imagine, just a basic, standard DAO, okay? And we're gaining membership to that DAO with an NFT, right? So members, based on certain requirements, can create a proposal, right? So what's different about this proposal is you are actually defining infrastructure as code. So embedded inside the proposal, you actually have a JSON that's describing infrastructure. It could point at like a Docker image. It could be like this type of VM, with 1 CPU and 2 gigs of RAM, 4 gigs of memory. Basically you're defining exactly what is going to be deployed, right? So you create the proposal, you discuss it, you vote on it, and then you execute it, right? So after you execute it, that smart contract actually emits a Solidity log event, right? And that event, you could find it by polling the Etherscan API, for instance. So let's say you deployed on Sepolia. You're just polling for like a specific smart contract the DAO is deployed to, and once you actually see that event, you could actually take some action. So basically, what we did is we just created like a basic Nest.js app running in a Docker container on Spiron. And basically what it does is it's using the Etherscan API to like poll Etherscan, looking for these events. And when it finds an emitted event, it'll actually use the Spiron SDK to deploy that container that was defined in the proposal, right? And SDK is just a wrapper around an API, right? Because Spiron is really composable, you could use the UI or you could just call the API to like deploy anything basically. So digging a bit more into the architecture, so we have the smart contract, it's where we deployed on Sepolia. I did this beforehand just so we could get through the demo. And then we have a specific defined event that we emit, and then we're using the Etherscan API. So what you need for that is basically just an API key embedded in your application, and then we're using the Spiron SDK, which is basically just an NPM dependency we import into our application. And then we're deploying infrastructure. Basically, we're just deploying something called a BusyBox, which is just a set of Linux tools wrapped in a Docker container. So basically, just the process is for a DAO, you would discuss the specific configuration you'd want to deploy. You're like, we want to deploy, this specific graph indexer or this specific Redis database. And then you define that as a JSON, and then you would vote and you would execute that proposal. So let's dive into the demo real quick. So this is the Spiron interface. We actually have the application deployed on the back end that's polling for events and deploying to Spiron in response to that. So just to dig into that code a little bit, basically it's just a really simple application. We have a cron expression, so basically saying every 5 seconds, execute this logic. We're hitting the Etherscan API endpoint on Sepolia, and we're doing some filtering on the events we get back. Not sure if you can see this, but basically you just get back this JSON that's listing every event emitted by your DAO contract based on the address you pass in. So basically we just do some filtering, and then we call the Spiron SDK and actually pass in that JSON to get that specific infrastructure deployed. And now let's take a look at the contract. So it's a very standard DAO contract. Basically you have a proposal, you count votes, you check if it's executed, you're tracking voters, you're tracking your permissions, check that they have an NFT. So you have a modifier that checks that they own this NFT. And then the customizations we added in the string to track the actual infrastructure as code JSON of what we want to deploy. And then we also have this string called a deployment manifest CID. Basically what that is, it's an IPFS CID that points to a JSON that tells you what was deployed, so you can actually verify okay, so this was deployed at this instance ID at this time. If you need to update it at a later point, you have that ID. And it's also like a verification that this action was actually taken in response to the contract being executed. And then we also have proposal type. Basically, that just is an enum that differentiates between deploying new infrastructure and updating existing infrastructure. So let's actually go through the flow. We have this contract deployed to Sepolia. We have the polling service on the back end deployed. I already minted the NFT in my account. I'm sure you all know how to mint an NFT. So basically, I have this set of scripts running in Hardhat to create a deployment proposal, vote on it, and then execute it. So we're going to go through this flow right now using Hardhat scripts. So first, I'm going to create the deployment proposal. Yep, so yeah, it's just executing the transaction, waiting for confirmations. And then we could see the actual proposal is created here. It's going to take a little bit to get indexed. All right. Well, while that's getting indexed, let's go on to the next step, which is voting. So voting on proposal, I might update the index to 2 for that, since that's the second proposal we've created, and then 0 for yay, for yes. So I'm actually going to vote yes on this proposal. Yes, so I'm just going to run another Hardhat script that's going to vote yes on that proposal. Yeah, and so we can see the proposal creation here. Um, let's see. All right, so we voted yes. So we have to wait a little bit for the deadline to elapse on that proposal, and then we're going to execute it. And then the final step is after we execute that proposal, it's going to emit that event. Our backend service that we went through here previously, it's going to basically it's going to find that event. It's going to say like in the logs like, oh, I found this event, and then it's going to actually execute that creation. So if you see here, this is my Speedrun dashboard. It's all my different projects. Each project has a bunch of different instances in it. So just different kinds of Docker containers, like database, node, indexer, whatever you need to run. You can put anything into a Docker container and run it on Speedrun. So basically what's going to happen after we execute that proposal is we're going to see another instance created here. The SDK is going to create a project. It's going to spin up a new instance, pull down the Docker container, import all the environmental variables, do all that automagically for you, and then that it's going to come up, and now you have running infrastructure automatically provisioned by a DAO proposal without any intervention, without any manual intervention needed. So basically, you're taking your DAO proposal, and the actual act of executing it is what kicks off the deployment pipeline without needing to rely on a third party. So that further decentralizes the will of the DAO and the execution of proposals. So let's check back into our proposal. Hopefully I can execute it now. Okay, so I run this hard hat script, and I might try to execute that proposal. Oh, wait. Number 2. Oh, wait, sorry, I got the ID wrong on my vote. Okay. Sorry, I lost track of the ID here. Let me create this new proposal. Okay, so now I'm creating proposal number 3. Okay, and now let me make sure I'm voting on the right one. Okay, yeah, so I'm voting on proposal number 3 now. Oh wait, no, I was right. Okay. Oh no. So I tried to execute proposal number 1. I wanted to execute proposal number 2. So here we go. So, okay. So I'm running the execute script for Hardhat, and I am running the execute transaction on the second proposal, the proposal I created originally. Here we go. So that's going to take a little bit to index. Okay, yep. So here we go. So this is the execute transaction that's successful on Sepolia. We can see in the logs we omitted the deploy event. So basically, if you want to dig into that real quick. Yeah, so we have this event defined here. Basically, you just have some metadata, and then you actually have that JSON infrastructure as code embedded within the event that you could pick up on the other end and be like, okay, I'm going to deploy this for you now. Um, 5 minutes. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. So cool. Let me refresh. Yeah, so if you saw that little toast on the upper right hand side, that was actually this instance being deployed here. Um, so let me see. So let me pull up the logs real quick. Yeah, so we can see here this transaction uh, is actually the proposal execution transaction. Our backend service is pulling Etherscan. It's looking at that deployed DAO contract. It's like, okay, I saw a new event. And then in response to that event being emitted, it's like, okay, let me grab the JSON, let me grab the infrastructure you defined as code, and let me just go ahead and deploy that for you. And then we can see here, we actually deployed this instance of infrastructure. Um, let's see. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit to start up. Um, but yeah, I mean, yeah, that's basically it. That's the main flow. So basically, some applications, some use cases for this. Like for instance, imagine if you wanted to do like fractional node ownership. So let's say you have like a DAO, you have a group of people. And let's say they're interested in, creating something like a Shardium node, or creating some kind of new blockchain node that's coming up that's in testnet, and one and it's cost prohibitive for a single person to operate that node or that series of nodes, or maybe running the node is NFT gated. You'd be able to split the cost of running that node across several people. For instance, let's say you have 10 people that are all part of a DAO. They each mint an NFT. They each have an equal ownership of this DAO. And then the DAO could actually run that node, for instance, and they each have like a fractionalized ownership of this node. And let's say that node is incentivized, right? Let's say there's an airdrop for all the node runners. At a later point, you could take those airdrop rewards and distribute them amongst the DAO members. That would be one idea of a use case for this, DAO triggered deployment pipeline, this community-owned infrastructure. Um, so, yeah, that's about it for me. Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for hanging out, listening. Definitely try to check out Spearon if you need to run any kind of infrastructure, if you need to run any nodes, any indexers, any sequencers, whatever you need. If you want to run it on decentralized infrastructure that's robust, resilient, and elastic, go ahead and check out Spearon. If anyone wants to chat more about this or anything related to infrastructure deployments, I'm gonna be over here, right behind the Neptune stage. Just check me out. I have blue hair. I'm easy to find. Um, and yeah, thank you everyone for listening to my talk. I appreciate it. And keep on building. Happy ETH Denver, everyone.
Is this mic on? Hello. Okay. Hey everybody, thank you so much for having me at ETH Denver. It's going to be an incredible week. Just to start off, it's amazing having so many like-minded individuals in one spot so we can all learn from each other and build off each other. I know for a fact that the bedrock of our business is building a strong community. So to give you guys a little bit of a background on myself, my name is Theodore Essery. I'm head of globalization at the Dork Network. I have an extensive background in crypto by working on a number of different projects on the marketing side, as well as help raising money for a number of crypto funds. Prior to this, I worked in the financial space, more on the institutional wealth side, where I worked with a lot of different family offices and foundations, helping them raise money and deploy capital into a number of different funds as well as individual projects. And we did a lot of great business deploying millions of dollars. And that's sort of what brings me to what I wanted to talk to you guys about today is how do you actually bridge those two worlds? The traditional crypto world of building a strong foundation and Telegram channels and all of the basics, as well as how do you bring those sort of projects to a more institutional investor? Okay, because right now we're getting to a point with everything that's getting released with BlackRock and whatnot that real institutional wealth is looking at our industry in a much more serious manner. And that's essentially why I've kind of bridged my world between traditional finance and crypto. So to kind of give you a little bit of a background on the Dork Network, we are our own blockchain. It's our goal to democratize blockchain for all users. We want to have a scalable, secure, and flexible blockchain, and our main focus is engaging with developers and investors as well as users. To give you guys just a couple of points from our blockchain, we want to tokenize assets safely and seamlessly. We want to have efficiency and security with our proof of authority consensus. We want transparency at its core. We are also EVM compatible, and we have a proof of stake mechanism, and we want to have a tamper-proof online registry. But the main point of today's conversation is I want to kind of get into the educational aspect of what we work on. All right, so I want to start talking about building a strong foundation. All right, obviously the main thing you want to focus on is getting diverse channels up and running. This is everything from Discord to Twitter to Telegram and to Instagram, all right? This is what allows you to essentially build funnels of an audience member into your project, all right? This is how they find your project, and this is how you be diverse in that sense. This ensures consistent branding and messaging and allows you to reach many different audiences. The next thing you got to do is you have to implement bots across all these different channels. Utilizing bots is possibly the smartest thing you could do, all right? Telegram has tons of these bots as well as Discord. If people are constantly looking for your chart or want to get updates about coin market cap or proper links, these are the sort of bots that'll allow you to be different, all right? This will enhance user experience as well as response time. The next thing is content is king. Even for example, right now, we're recording all of this. All right, this is something that we're going to be pushing to our user base and our followers and investors for the next couple months. You constantly want to be out there generating content, okay? This isn't just necessarily have to be about your own project. This can be general news, okay? You can talk about the price of Bitcoin, where Ethereum is going, but content is king in our industry, and you guys have to remember that. It allows you to showcase project progression and your community achievements. Next thing you have to do is demonstrate commitment. If you're going to have these channels, you have to be on top of them. You have to be posting every single day. You have to be constantly giving updates. You need to show that credibility through this demonstration of constantly putting good information in front of your followers, in front of your users and investors. The next thing is tools for success. All right, I can give you guys a list of these tools afterwards, but right now, you can use so many AI tools for analytics, consolidating your social platforms. The one thing that a lot of projects don't have is human capital. So if you can figure out a way to use online tools to make your life simpler and make your life more efficient, then that's what you have to do. And you can find a lot of these online, and I'm more than happy to share with you what we have. All right, and this will allow you to adapt different strategies based on data insights and as well get community feedback. One of the other things that I always like to talk about as well is reputable sources and getting good publications done. And this sort of ties into building a strong foundation and having these communities. For example, if you're going to buy an article on Forbes, for example, okay, you want to be able to have the people on Forbes who are seeing this go to an active Telegram, go to an active Instagram, and actually see that things are going on within your community. And more importantly, that you can use this the reverse way. If you have an active community and you say to them, hey, we just got an article written about us on Forbes, then they can use this as a leverage point to generate more interest in your project. So it doesn't just go one way or another, and that's why you need both sides of this coin, all right? As far as activating communities, I want to just go over a couple things that I've used in the past for projects. Twitter raids are probably one of the most important things you can use. This is a bot that you can implement on your Discord and on your Telegram, which will allow you to track people and the way they interact on your Twitter. It will match and record bookmarks, retweets, and create more of a competition within it. The next is buying competitions. This will in fact increase wallet holders as well as your ability to create a more of a competitive nature within your communities. Obviously, buying competitions create drives in the chart, and this will also allow you to give back to your community with prizes. Hashtag campaigns, couldn't stress how more important this is. Every single project out there must have a hashtag. Once you have a hashtag, this is how you become trending online through all of these different resources we just spoke about. And this will in turn incentivize user engagement. You can reward your users for sharing project information, offering tokens, so on and so forth. And the best part about this is that it actually will foster a sense of ownership and community involvement, which is extremely important for what we do. So I want to go over a little bit about strategic influence or access. KOLs are super important, partnering with different YouTubers and Twitter accounts, all right? These guys, they have their own credibility. They have their own followers, all right? So it's your job to tap into their guys so that they can essentially say to their community, hey, if this guy believes in what I'm doing, then they're gonna believe in what I'm doing as well. All right, so this is great to tap into. You can do this with YouTubers. You can do this with different Twitter accounts. And that sort of brings us to the next point, which is hosting AMAs. Okay, and this is probably one of the most important things I've ever utilized in any of my projects. I like to make a reference point for, let's just say you're selling any sort of product, okay? I'm looking at a seller or a buyer and I'm engaging with them. They're not gonna give me their money unless they see my face and hear my voice, all right? Our version of that sales pitch is the AMA. You got to get your voice out there. You got to get your name out there. And that's the way to create credibility. All right, to go over the benefits. All right, so we're looking at an expanded reach to audience, increased engagement and interaction, and most importantly, creating trust and credibility within the community. So if we're going to talk about incentives for developers and build-a-thons, well, we're obviously at a build-a-thon right now. It clearly works, all right? We're actually gonna be doing something very similar this week. We are generating and giving out developer grants all week to projects that we find promising. So this will mean that we're going to be handing out financial support to a lot of different projects. So if you guys are developers and want to chat with us about developing on our blockchain, please come and ask some questions. But not only are we going to help you financially, but we're also going to give you corporate assistance, which I think is huge. All right, we're not just going to say, hey, here's the money, take it, go. No, we have a back end of amazing developers that will help you build out your project. And we want to look at this as a group effort and a team effort. All right, the next thing we want to talk about is the benefits that all this stuff is going for us. All right, this will foster innovation so we can have new novel solutions and projects. We're looking at community growth, bringing in new developers who are able to work with us. And more importantly, for our blockchain, we're going to have a diverse group of many projects. So as we go forward, one thing that I've always utilized in the past is partnerships with central exchanges. Okay, this is very important. This gives you global exposure. Gives you access to a wide range of new investors. This gives you increased visibility within the crypto community. Not only that, this will give you an incredible boost of credibility. All right, what I mean by that is that a lot of these exchanges require KYC, okay, which means that you're going to be putting your name out there and they're going to be looking at it in that sort of fashion. So once you get on these exchanges, you're essentially telling your community that, hey, you know, I'm willing to be in front of the fire. The next thing this gives you access to is liquidity, all right? There's a lot of global money out there. A lot of exchanges have a lot of liquidity, more investors, more opportunity. Market access, geographically, a lot of these exchanges can only operate in certain regions. This is super important to understand because you need to be accessible worldwide to a lot of different investors that may not be trading on, you know, the Pancake Swap or Uniswap, but may only be trading on KuCoin and Coinbase. All right, and this again will create marketing opportunities. If you can go to your group or even go to publications and say, hey, my XYZ project just was launched on KuCoin, this is something that you can take back to your community and utilize very, very well. So again, all this stuff is great, but you also have to remember that you need measurable goals. All right, every single month you got to figure out, what do you want to do? How do you want to get there? For example, developer engagement up, we want it up 30%. We want monthly user growth, 20%, increase in price and holders. How many projects are we launching? If you're building a project and you have a team, it's your job to hold them accountable, all right? Without you, everything else will fall apart. And if you aren't meeting KPIs on a monthly basis, then you are not operating a good project. And that goes to budget allocation as well. This is even more important, all right? For example, we're looking at deploying capital for developer grants, social media marketing, partnerships, educational content, events, so on and so forth. This is incredibly important to understand because, yes, sure, there is some sort of, brickwork to marketing a project, but not everything works for every single project. So it's your job to test this out and then figure out what works for you and focus on that completely. Because I can tell you this, sometimes stuff works for projects and sometimes it doesn't. So I just want to say a couple things. Utilizing airdrops and giveaways is also very important too. We're going to be giving away free dorks all week. All right, so if you guys want to come by and hang out with us, we're more than welcome, okay? And this is something that you guys should implement into your systems as well. So just to kind of go over everything I just chatted about, benefits of community engagement, we're looking at community growth, token distribution, incentivized engagement, project visibility, and brand advocacy. So I now have spent a little bit of time talking about the crypto side of things and building the community. Now I kind of want to talk about how do you access the institutional wealth component. All right, I can tell you this, I've been in the institutional wealth space for a very long time. I've helped deploy over $25 million into a number of different projects over the last couple years. I can tell you this right now, it's a very small knit community and you need to be active in it and you need to be around these people on a constant basis, all right? Think of it as a small friend group, probably similar to what the crypto space is like. And the way to get in front of these people, I'm gonna go over them right now. So family office conferences, in my opinion, has been one of the most beneficial things I've ever done. I go to about 10 of them, 20 of them every single year. I get invited to them, I've spoken at them before. And this is an incredibly important aspect because this is how you get in front of the wealthiest people in the world. And now that crypto has sort of come out of the shadows, people are now looking at crypto, not just as a crypto investment, but more as a global alternative investment. And now with everything expanding and markets in shambles, people are looking for different long-term investments, and crypto is going to be the new one. All right, so now, more importantly, is your time to build these relationships because people are going to start venturing off from Bitcoin ETFs, and they're going to want to start to get into true utility projects. And now we talk about global events and exhibitions. The best example I have for this is Art Basel. Okay, Art Basel is an incredibly fun event in Miami, but I can tell you this, it's not really about art. Art is the disguise of the event. It is a crypto and it is a finance event. The amount of family office events I go to during that week in crypto events are huge. It's your job to be around during these weeks. Get down to Miami, go meet some people, get out there. You need to start building relationships. The whole art of fundraising is getting in front of people and building a strong rapport. The next thing is targeted groups and associations. There are databases online that have every single RIA out there. It's your job to tap into these. These are funds, crypto funds. These are global investment funds that you can actually tap into and put them on your mailing list. That's what I do. I have hundreds and hundreds of these offices on my mailing list. I get in front of them. In fact, sometimes I give them a cold call. You have to do everything in your power to build these relationships so that you can actually get invited to these events. So that's an incredibly important thing you can do too. My favorite thing, and this is something that I've been extremely successful in, is targeting foundations and endowments. And this is for any developer out there that actually has, let's just say, a socially friendly project, all right? A lot of foundations in there, they have a mandate for what they have to invest in, All right, this can be something that benefits the environment, charities. All right, we're talking about orphanages. All right, if you can find yourself in a position to build a project that has one of these social responsibilities involved in it, you can target foundations and endowments worldwide. And there right now, more particularly, are looking to be deploying their money in more diverse spaces. So if you can hit the prong of being in a diverse space as well as something that they're actually invested in as well, like an orphanage, for example, or a charity, this can be a massive play for you guys. So it's just something to keep in mind that maybe you can utilize in the future. So I kind of just want to go over, I think today is going to be a great day. I think the week is going to be great. Everything that I just spoke about as far as bridging these two worlds, I think is very important because I come from an institutional background where not a lot of people understand to build a crypto project, but they want to get into the space, but they don't understand how to build the proper channels. They don't understand how to build bots. They don't know what KOLs are. And then I work with people in crypto who are like, Theo, how do I get in front of an institution? How do I get in front of a hedge fund? How do I get in front of a family office? And that's why I've been working so closely with Doric, because I've helped bridge those two worlds for our company. So again, thank you so much for having me and allowing me to speak today. I hope it's been informative for the people who are listening. And if you guys have any questions, honestly, I'm a very welcoming guy. Please come up to me, just ask me. Just if you see me walking around, like I'm just another guy in the space. So don't be afraid to talk to me. I got a lot of team members here all week. So please, come ask me some questions. I'm happy to chat. My email is right there as well. So if you want to shoot me an email, please. I'm looking forward to innovating, collaborating. All right, let's build. It's going to be a fun week. First time in Denver, by the way. I like it, actually. It's an interesting spot. Hopefully I'll have enough time to get out to Aspen, but we'll see if time permits. But again, thank you so much. We got a bunch of social medias up there you can check out. More importantly, if you want to scan that QR code, it will take you to our Linktree. You can, see what we got going on. And I hope everybody has an incredibly good Friday. Let's go ETH Denver. Thank you.
All right, I've been given the go-ahead. Hi, thank you for joining me. My name is Elizabeth Sullivan. I am an author and a speaker, and today I am here because I'm going to get you thinking about adding a educational component for the youth and ushering in the next generation. Hopefully, I'm going to inspire you to add that educational component for your project or business. So why? Why do we want to bring in the youth to what we're building? I'll tell you why. Because what you're building, they will be using. And they need to know how to use it, and you need to know how to explain it to them. So that's basically where I've been coming in. Now, I want to get a little bit of interaction here. I am going to give away a few books, like actual physical books. So let's talk a little bit. Show of hands. How many of you in this audience are parents right now? 1, 2, keep your hand up. 2, you get a book. You get a book. All right, meet me afterwards and I'll give you guys a book. So I'm going for a little higher percentage than that. How many of us in here have been kids once? Raise your hand. Yeah, there we go. Okay, you are listening. Awesome. So let's go back to the toys that we had when we were children. Does anybody remember having maybe a play flip phone, a BlackBerry type of phone where the buttons made noise? Or perhaps you even remember the pull behind phone with the red and the eyes moved and you could rotary dial it? Yeah? Okay, let's think about a few other toys that we had. What about the Dirt Devil vacuum? That red and black vacuum that our parents gave us that actually worked. That was a pretty good one. Let's think. Did anybody ever get one of those barnyard animal, like touch and feel books? Do you remember what I'm talking about? The little yellow chick was soft. You could touch the lamb's wool. There was the pig nose, where it was like a rubber peach type of thing. So the whole point of this is, why were we given these toys as kids? Well, it was because they were introducing us to components that we would use in our future. See where I'm going with this? So, in a sense, those kind of spark our imagination. And it's kind of funny, what will spark your imagination as a kid? If you think back, what did you do when you were a child that has inspired or helped you become who you are today? I very specifically remember being a book reader, an avid reader. I loved writing. I mostly wrote poems, don't do that anymore. And I always loved reading next level books. Now, my dad was an electrical engineer, and he was absolutely brilliant, in my opinion. So I remember looking at his bookshelf, and I picked up The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And that book ruined me, because ever since then I've been huge into personal development and exploring in-depth things of what makes people work and how can we operate better as a human with other humans. I'll go a little bit deeper to explain why am I writing children's books now about blockchain technology. So a few years ago, stuff got real. I've been in this space since late 2017. 2020 rolled around, I think we all got deep into Discord and all the communities. But in 2021, I had a very severe asthma attack, and then I had to be intubated. So like the last thing I remember on a Friday evening was just counting the lights go by out the ambulance window. They were transporting me from one hospital to the next. The next thing I know, I wake up on a Tuesday. Nothing in between. I'm going to admit something to you. On a Tuesday night, I'm all alone in my hospital room, and I turned on the local news, and I realized that nobody would have known that I was gone. And nobody even knew that I was in there, as a matter of fact. And that shook me, because I feel like we are all individually here to serve a purpose. And this little inner voice inside of me laughed, literally laughed at me, and said, of course, nobody would have known that you were gone. You haven't done anything big enough yet. You have not fulfilled your purpose. So I took about a year or so to heal and pondered, well, how do I step in and bring my talents and my giftedness to this space? Because you guys are brilliant. There are so many smart people here. We have coders and developers and engineers, and I just admire you. How can I bring something to the table that would honor what you guys are building? Well, if you've ever had a diagnosis or a near-death experience, you'll know that that is enough to inspire you to make a change, and that every morning that you wake up is a gift, and you just kind of pursue it, life in a different level. So I figured, you know what, I know how to write. I have a lot of experience, designing, so I think I could do the illustrations. And I'm going to take on the challenge of educating our youth on the basic concepts of blockchain technology. So in this past year, I've been on an adventure to explain basic blockchain technology concepts to kids. Currently, I'm on a month-long adventure, so it's going to be one book a month. It's been a few months now. I don't remember what book I'm on, like 8 or 9. And then I'm going to end in August for VCon of 2024. That's in LA. So if you're going there, hit me up. That will be the last book. So it's been a really, really fun adventure. Let me kind of show you here. I kind of started out with the 3 Little PFPs. That was the very first book that I wrote, and it's a little twist on the 3 Little Pigs. And so if you've ever read the 3 Little Pigs, you kind of know the storyline. So I thought that was a great intro to introduce NFT and Web3 vocabulary. Now, I understand that we have a microphone and can hand it off to people. I don't know if you feel comfortable. Maybe I'll be able to hear you without it. But I am going to give away a book of the 3 Little PFPs if somebody can help me out with some vocabulary here. So each of the books has a little bit of summary in the back beyond just explaining it through the story, So if anybody here can tell me what WAGME means, then they will get this book. Want to raise your hand or shout it out? Where'd that come from? Raise your hand. Yeah, we're all going to make it. If you stick around, I see you. I know you're walking away, but I'll give you this book. All right, perfect. He's making his rounds. Yes, WAGME. So they're just simple ways to introduce this whole new vocabulary of verbiage to kids. We've gone through the blockchain odyssey where it follows a little notebook, and he goes and he meets nodes. What are nodes? Well, we need to tell kids what these are because they're very common in our world, and they don't know, but they're going to be possibly experiencing them. One of the books was Jane and the Blockchain, kind of like Jack and the Beanstalk, and that follows wallet safety. Talks about hot, cold wallets, keeping your seed phrase close and safe and private. It's been really, really fun explaining all of these concepts. I've been able to do proof of work through Benny the bee, the honey bee. He was able to solve a bunch of codes and therefore get some honey. I've been able to explain proof of stake. I've been able to explain DeFi. Last month, for January's book, remember we're doing one children's book a month, it was NFT visionaries. So the whole goal was to explain to people what is the point, what's the purpose of NFTs. So basically in this story, 4 friends get together and they discuss how they can incorporate NFTs into either their passions or their projects. And what the reader gets to do is by reading the story and listening into their conversation, they then learn and start imagining not only what NFTs are, but the potential for them and the various, because that can be really hard to explain to people. And I figure, like I said, what you guys are doing is so smart and intricate, and people want to know. We're very, very early here, so we have to figure out how to explain it to the next level. So you're thinking, okay, that's great. You've written a book. Now, how do I incorporate this? First off, like I said, explaining it. I would maybe challenge either yourself or your team to bring it down a little bit. So you might have white papers. You might have an elevator pitch. But can you explain what you do in your business? Can you explain your project to a high schooler? Can you explain it to a junior higher? Can you explain it to maybe the 5th grade level? Or how about a 5-year-old? If you can hit all those points, you're on a roll here. So that's the whole goal, is to summarize the basis of what we do so that the average person could understand it. A few other options here. So, all right. Maybe you can create like digital worksheets or matching games. We talked about the vocabulary factor. I mean, the educational component is missing on a very basic level here. So there's a lot of gaps to fill in. You can just do simple coloring pages. You could have a spokesperson something like that, for your business that talks to the kids, talks to the youth, just brings it down a bit. I mean, look at this. What kid wouldn't like what we're building here? Like, that is cute as heck. You can bring one of those on board, and that is your way in to speak to those kids. Physical items, toys. Has anybody here heard of pudgy penguins? Yeah, bee friends? Okay, yes, I love it, in the house. Okay, so pudgy penguins, you can now purchase their stuffed animals in Walmart. Don't get much more mainstream than Walmart. And Bee Friends, if you have not checked them out, I would definitely do that. It's an NFT project by Gary Vaynerchuk, and they are bringing IP to an intense level, definitely focusing on the youth and encouraging specific characteristics. Let's see, they've got trading cards out. They have stuffed animals through Macy's. There's so many physical items that the youth are absolutely loving. And the really fun thing is us as adults who are invested in these projects, we're the ones with the money to buy these things for the kids. So that's another way in. I don't know if you've ever thought of maybe creating a kids lab for what you do, but maybe some of us here started out through coding camps. I've seen them popping up everywhere, ages 5 to 8-year-olds, ages 9 to 12-year-olds. You know, like, coding camps are a real opportunity. So maybe you think about incorporating a kids lab into your business organization, and that's an awesome way to usher in the youth. I'm sure there's also a lot of availability as far as community grants, possibly, if you are working for the youth on that level. So I want to ask ourselves right now, what is our youth learning today, and how are we going to prepare them for tomorrow? Like, how are you going to fill in the gap? And on a personal level, for those of you who are like still determining your calling, I would encourage you to be bold and be brave enough to step into this space. Like, you are all gifted. You have greatness inside of you. You are amazing. And if you just explore that potential and be brave enough to bring the thing to life that you've been dreaming about, then I think that, wag me, we're all going to make it, honestly. You can do this. If I can do this, you can definitely do this. So honestly, I'm super impressed with everything that you guys have been doing here. I'm very grateful to be able to speak here at ETH Denver. Let's not forget to reach back and help the young ones up and help them thrive in this space. If you'd like to create maybe a children's book for your organization, my name's Elizabeth Sullivan. I could definitely help you out with that. But I would also encourage you to look within your community. I'm sure that you have plenty of artists and storytellers that would love to help inspire the next generation, would love to be on board with a project like that. So explore those opportunities within your own community if that's something that you'd like to build, or we can talk. Maybe you just have a personal story that you want to explain. I can help you learn about how that publishing process goes. But it really does start with believing in yourself and being brave enough to step in. That was my ultimate thing that I realized through the intensity of what I experienced, is you can do amazing things when you actually step into this space. Like, these don't just happen. And they wouldn't have happened if I hadn't been brave enough to step in. And it's really cool to be able to fill in a gap that only you can fill, but then through your actions to be able to see an actual result from that. It's super amazing. I hope that all of you get to experience that. Right now, my books are available on barnesandnoble.com, walmart.com, Amazon. You can check them out, Elizabeth Sullivan. I think that this is supposed to be like a fireside chat, which is fascinating. There's no fireside, and I don't know what we're going to chat about. But if anybody would like the microphone or would like to ask questions, feel free. I think we have that opportunity. Keep it basic, because that's what I do. I explain the basics to people. So, got him looking around. We have a question up there. Awesome, you're coming down. Thank you. I'm sure he appreciates that. Didn't know you'd get a microphone, did you?
Oh, exciting. Hey, I was wondering, what is the most difficult cryptocurrency or blockchain concept to explain to children? Like, is there a specific thing that just stands out?
The most difficult one that I've had to explain so far?
Like the one that children have the hardest time grasping.
That's hard to what?
Hard to grasp or understand for them.
Grasp, oh boy. It depends on how in-depth you want to get. Each one has been difficult, to be honest, because I guess proof of stake was the hardest one to explain. Proof of work, honeybees, you can kind of find where that would fit in, right? But proof of stake, I had a story in me, and then I actually decked it for like 3 months, and I wasn't sure how to bring it to life. I ended up going with someone like a horse farrier, and he shows his horses this magical wall of all the horseshoes that he had shoed over his farrier journey and stuff. And so then each one tells a story, but basically those were proof of his expertise. So that was interesting to explain. I think the more that I've done, the more in depth that I've been able to explain. And I can just answer that honestly. Like the three little PFPs was the first one, and that was easy because it was a vocabulary one. But actually taking on the challenge of explaining a concept to where somebody can walk away with a good grasp of what it was, that has developed better and better over time. The one that actually I have one coming out tomorrow. Had I known that I would have been here at ETH Denver, I would have maybe rearranged the topics. But the one coming out tomorrow is called the Bitcoin Zoo. And I am most proud of that so far because of the care that it took to explain Bitcoin and mining and decentralization and wallets in a very, very, like they just go through the zoo and meet all the animals, and the animals are like, I do this. So that has been the challenge so far. I can give you alpha. You like alpha tonight? Okay. Yeah, okay. Alpha. Next month for March's book is going to be about the games of bull and bear. Yep. Going to go into the bear market and bull run. So I guess that's my answer. Thanks for the question. Anybody else have a question? About publishing, writing? Awesome. Okay, well, if you do, come talk to me afterwards. I do owe a couple of people some books. I'll sign it if you want to. If you're interested, I do have a few more books, so just come talk to me. And thank you very much. I'll hand it over to the next speaker. You guys have a great time in ETH Denver.
Should I start? All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Imi, and I will be presenting EIP 7543 for decimal math. Now, I'm going to make this basic enough for lots of people to get something from this, and hopefully also interesting enough for advanced listeners. An EIP is an Ethereum improvement proposal. So this here is an idea on how to improve, in fact, all EVM-based systems. Of course, Ethereum is the main one. And we're going to be talking about how to add decimal math, which is very useful and fundamental for a lot of calculations, applications, use cases around the world. In fact, I'm going to be making the case that this improvement, adding decimal math to the EVM, will allow a lot of people to develop much easier and more sophisticated and complex applications. And that is going to invite several communities, very large industries, into the EVM world. So that's represented by the pile of value coming into the EVM. And if we get entire industries coming in and using the EVM thanks to whatever reason, then that value, of course, gets reflected in a skyrocketing of all EVM projects. Now, I want to start and go to the very depth of what is the EVM. First of all, the M, the EVM, is an Ethereum virtual machine. So the M is a machine, and machines are very useful because we can use them to do tasks for us and do them in parallel. This gives a developer a lot of power. And machines, at their core, understand numbers. Everything at its very core in machines is a number. In fact, if you go to and look at blockchain smart contracts that you've probably seen, then this here is a representation of a smart contract, and it's all numbers. Numbers represent data that we want to manipulate, and numbers also represent algorithms, change of data, how the data should be manipulated to get some desired result. And you see, these numbers here, some people would think kind of strange numbers because there's also letters in between. You see a C, D, F, etc. These are, in fact, numbers with the basis 16, hexadecimal numbers. Typically, we use decimal numbers, basis 10. That means that there are 10 different digits, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the digits available to represent any number in a decimal system. In a hexadecimal system, you have 16 digits available to represent any number. That goes from 0 to 9, and then A, B, C, D, E, F. And there's also the binary number system, which uses only 2 letters to represent any number, zeros and ones. And in fact, it doesn't matter which system you use, the decimal, the binary, the hex. Each number is a number and can be represented in any of these systems. But the representation will be different. And computers, at their very core, are binary. There's transistors in the chips we use, which essentially have a on and off that's binary, 1 or 0. That is why, at the very core, computers implement everything in binary first. And developers use binary numbers and binary algorithms and procedures to do more complex calculations. However, there is a problem. For example, 0.1, here you see 0.1 on the left side, base 10, that is 0.1, the number that a lot of people know and enjoy in various situations in life. Whether you're doing finance, 10% is a very often used number. Whether you're doing science, in a lot of situations, 1 out of 10 is a crucial number to have. Interestingly, in binary system, if you want to represent that number, you need infinite many digits. That's what this bar across the 0011 means. It means that if you want to represent 0.1 decimal, the normal 0.1, in binary, you would have to have 0.0, 0011, 0011, 0011 to infinity. And you would need infinite many digits in binary to exactly represent 0.1. Such a simple and basic number, yet in binary, with a finite amount of memory, which is always true, any computer you use, we only have access to finite amount of resources, we can never represent 0.1 exactly. And that is a problem for anyone wanting to do any kind of application that uses finance, that wants to use numerical math, science, to compute the kinds of calculations that myriad of applications use. The solution to this, or the solution proposed in this EIP, is to represent a decimal using two numbers. Well, this is very simple. Currently, if you're coding a smart contract, you're probably using Solidity. Solidity gets compiled to bytecode, and typically you have access to numbers. They live on the stack. That's where you get access to them. That's an area of memory, essentially. And instead of using each number on its own, if we combine them in a certain way, in this way, then we can represent every decimal number exactly. That is, C times 10 to the power of Q, C a coefficient, so, and Q the exponent. If we wanted to represent 0.1, we would have C as 1 and Q as -1. 1 times 10 to the power of -1 gives 0.1. And in fact, any decimal value that you can think of, any value that you use in any application or that you have encountered, which again, very likely because we are humans and we use decimal systems because we have 10 fingers, makes it easier to count for us. Any value that you can imagine, 2.456. You can first forget the decimal value, decimal point. 2.456 can be C, your coefficient, and then Q is a value to shift the decimal left or right to represent any decimal value exactly. Of course, it depends on how many resources you have, and a very large number would not be representable still. But in fact, with this combination, the numbers that do exist on the EVM can be very large. 256 bits means very, very large numbers. And both combined to represent a decimal like this gives you access exactly to all numbers that you would need in a decimal system. So now, this here is the solution and the proposal to add opcodes. Now, what are opcodes? We saw the contract code earlier, a smart contract like this. Some of this is data, and some of these are commands. And whether something is a command, you can find, there's the evm.codes website. Here you will see each number corresponds to some command. If it's 0A, it's exp. And you can scroll through this and you'll see that we go till 7, 8, 9, 10, then A0, A1. These are hexadecimal numbers. That's why you see A's and such. And you see after the A4, there's space. There's nothing starting with a B, C, D, E, and then there's some F, F1 until FF. FF means self-destruct. These are the opcodes, which are the most basic commands that the EVM, the machine, understands. These are suggestions for new opcodes, D0 to D6, that allow you to work with and manipulate decimal numbers as we just defined. We have arithmetic, adding, negating, multiplying, and inversing, right? And so with inversing and multiplying together, you can get division. With negation and adding, you can get subtraction. And these work on the decimal values. That is, if you have a value A with its coefficient and its exponent, representing a decimal A and another decimal B, if you put them as inputs, you're going to get a decimal C as the answer, again with the two components, the coefficient and the exponential. And you'll notice that most of these opcodes have a precision parameter, which is the precision that you want to keep in your calculations. And now, additionally to the arithmetic, we're adding three more powerful math functions: the exponential, that's the prototypical growth; the log, it's a prototypical slow growth; and the sine function, the basic trigonometric functions. All these 7 functions combined with each other give all the elementary functions, all the numerical functions anyone ever uses in numerical code. That is trigonometry, rational functions, polynomials, essentially everything that is used to calculate integrals, differential equations, optimizations. The entire numerical coding world can be sustained and built based on these 7 operators. And we do not need more and nor less. How are these exponential, log, and sine, by the way, calculated? Perhaps you remember the exponential can be expanded into simpler terms, a polynomial, an infinite one. But the more steps you make, the more precision you get in your answer. Hence, we have the steps argument, which a developer can choose, knowing it is deterministically known how many steps you need to have to reach a certain precision. The same goes for the sine, and the log can be done in the same way or more efficiently using continued fractions. This is the same thing, this is just long fractions going infinitely. If you take enough steps of these, you will get the precision that you want. And besides that, from numerical analysis, we know that if you want to have a certain target precision for your end result, and that depends on your application, whether you need 4 digits or 20 digits, then your intermediary calculations and steps should have at least that many, actually more precision available. With this, the current EVM, from being like a simple calculator, goes to a scientific type of calculator, and the use cases, and now I'm coming to the value mentioned in the very beginning, are immense. There's an entire trillions of dollars of mathematical finance. Think hedge funds, banks. They have sophisticated financial products, and all of those require numerical coding. Integrals have to be calculated. Differential equations have to be solved, all of which currently is very difficult because you have to translate it into binary. Machine learning, of course, a massive subject, often referred to as AI, although I should warn, one day the A prefix will be considered an insult. It is intelligence, and intelligence run by a machine allows us to do many things. And of course, if we could bring machine learning into a trustless environment, imagine you have code that creates images for you or does governance or anything else that machine learning can do, but do so trustably. You know the source code is exactly as intended because everything on chain is open source. Same goes for science, digital art, and many, many more examples. That anything that requires numerical coding. There was an explosion of developers using things like Python, or nowadays better alternative Julia, to do the simplest kind of calculations. In finance, if you want to go from a yearly volatility to a daily volatility, you have to take the 16th root. But even taking a simple root, any kind of root, is essentially just a power. Doing all of that currently requires a lot of code. So we could write everything that I am suggesting in Solidity. We could have a Solidity library doing all the math, just like I am suggesting to put into a single opcode. So D6 to calculate the sign instead of a lot of bytecode. What is the pro and the con? So what we're doing is we're shifting complexity. We're shifting it from the smart contract developer, the Solidity developer, to the node. And we are getting rid of overhead, of calling a lot of opcodes from a higher language like Solidity to do complex mathematical calculations. And in this case, we're talking about 3 fundamental functions of the universe, of nature: exponential, log, and sine. These are true in the whole universe, needed for any kind of mathematical coding, and if available correctly and efficiently as an opcode, would remove also bugs from those that are looking to do mathematical development. The gas, the good news is it is deterministic. All these algorithms are deterministic, are input dependent. They're complex, but they can still be precisely calculated, and there is a reference implementation for this EIP that does so, and currently charges you double the gas, which can be improved. And thinking of why should one not do this, we are asking the question, well, if you have some complex algorithm functionality, should we put all of that as an opcode onto the EVM? That would be cluttering the EVM. It's not what we want to do. there's only 256 spots available for opcodes, so we should be really selective. The EVM, the V in the E, is that it is a virtual machine. Normally, opcodes, that is the low-level language of coding, assembly, adheres to the restrictions of hardware. And hardware is binary and can do only simple things. But when you have a virtual machine, then you can do complex things. For example, there's opcodes for hashing, because that is fundamental to smart contracts on these machines. But for the numerical world, what is fundamental is exponential, log, and sine. The only con that I can see is perhaps a design flaw in the EVM, in that it doesn't contain a version tag in the beginning. That means there could be old contracts that have a certain opcode that didn't exist yet, and it would function in an unexpected way. But that is then true and a problem for any new opcode to ever come. So that problem is shared, and besides that, I see no other problems except nothing. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, am I allowed to swear? Sweet. All right. This talk is non-technical. So if you were hoping I was going to talk about how to run a Starlink node off of an Apple Watch in Starlink, this is not the right stage. This talk is more of a thank you and a love letter to the ETH crypto space. Because I live and travel full-time in my converted school bus, I'm here to tell you what that's like. I'm here to tell you why I think this community enables me to do that. And I'm here to thank you all for being a part of what enables this kind of lifestyle for all of us. I'm Brendan Lucas, and as you can see from my various phone backgrounds, this is where you can reach me. If you're looking for spoilers from this talk, then you can check out my girlfriend's Instagram on the right, where our travels are all too well documented. I'm the co-founder of WT Consulting. We're a consultancy for smart contract and data work. We have a small international team. We're currently hiring and always looking for cool projects to take on. So send me a message if you need things done or want to be put to work. So you've probably seen that there's a large number of people who spend winters in Thailand while working and seem to travel full time. And in some cases, they're living it up on the beach while working hard and contributing meaningfully to various projects in our space. Don't get me wrong, I'm making it sound like ETH is one conglomeration of various ways to take vacations. But seriously, there are some real downsides to working with you degens. Like having your family members constantly ask you what crypto to buy, or be mad at you because Uncle Fred lost all of his savings in BitConnect, or accusing you of helping people launder money, or being worried that you spend your time degenning your savings into random alts. I do that, but it has nothing to do with my job, so you can relax, Mom. But working in this space does mean that I get to live in my bus wherever I want to park it. Just for a little bit more context on how much less sketchy that is than it sounds, this is a little tour of my house.
Brennan and Sophia, and for the past 2.5 years, we've been living and traveling full-time in our 40-foot off-grid converted school bus. Here's a 30-second walkthrough of our bus. When you step in, you're right in our living room with our 9-foot L-shaped sofa. Across from that, we have our 2 work desks that fold up and down. This is our L-shaped kitchen with a big fridge and plenty of pantry space. There's a bathroom that's got a nice-sized shower, a vanity, and our toilet is tucked over the wheel well. And in the back, our bedroom area features a big closet and our comfy queen-size bed. And that's our bus. It's small, but it's got everything we need to live and work comfortably.
I have absolutely no doubt that some of you thought I was talking about a steel box with a mattress in the back. People are constantly thinking this is going to be a really, really sketchy bus, but it's not that sketchy. There are some elements of sketch. I do have to say that there's a few less showers than probably most of you are used to. When you're trying to make the water last, you do what you have to do. But for the most part, it's pretty fancy living. So I've been in that bus for 2.5 years, traveling around Canada, the US, and Mexico, and it's been amazing so far. High highs and low lows for sure. Definitely some stressful situations can come up while you're living in a bus. But honestly, I have to say that being nomadic has been really, really wonderful for me. I'm not trying to tell you it's for everybody, but it's kind of cool. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what it's like. I'm going to go through some of the lesser known facts, maybe some pros and cons. But more importantly, I'm going to talk about how we're able to live like this. And not just in a bus, but all of us out here who are making life look like a vacation. What's making winters in Baja and Bali possible? I hope that many of you have come to realize already that this is a result of our community's values. The first value I want to talk about is being output focused. Have you guys seen that movie Moneyball? Well, there's a very famous scene in there where all the recruiters are just sitting together and wondering what will make the best recruit. And they talk about a lot of idle things like how attractive the players' girlfriends are or what bar fights they've been in the last year. And in the end, they come to find that one thing really matters: getting on base. And apparently it revolutionized the sports industry. I don't know. What this matters to us, though? To me, do they ship? That's the only thing I have to care about. I don't need to worry if developers are working the same hours every day or the same days every week. If they ship quality code at reliable rates, that works for me. I don't even care if someone smokes weed all day. For some designers I've met, it seems to be a really beneficial practice somehow. All I care is, are we shipping quality code at reliable rates? The second, more broad goal that we have, or sorry, value, has many positive externalities. We value being decentralized. We have a value that anyone should be able to contribute, no matter where they are geographically, what they look like, what they sound like, and they shouldn't be judged by those things. Being global is a big part of decentralization. And because of that core value, by and large, the Ethereum ecosystem encourages us to be comfortable with time differences and working around them and making that activity normal. And because of us valuing decentralization and because we're output focused, those two values really come together to bring us the fact that for the most part, the Ethereum ecosystem is remote first. This is true of tech in large, but I think it's very uniquely prioritized by our space. The goal is to be working with the best people in the world, not the best people in the city that your company is in. All of that comes together to bring us a space where we are remote first, where we are time flexible, where we can hide our face and voice and choose to show up to work as a cat girl if we want. We can obscure our names. We can work in any time zone to collaborate. And we can show up to work as the people that we are instead of the people that the suits want us to be. And this is a really wonderful set of values that I think we can be really proud of. We take that very seriously at WT, as I'm sure many companies in the space do as well. Another thing we do with our priorities is we allow people to swap days. So if someone wants to work on Saturday and then take a Wednesday off, they're welcome to, as long as it doesn't conflict with other team members that they might be blocking with work or with a meeting that they might have to attend. One of my coworkers said, "What reason are any of us going places on Saturday and Sunday other than to coordinate with other people who have those days off?" And it really hit home for me because just a few days ago, I decided that it made no sense if I wanted to go see these manatees to go on a Saturday or a Sunday. That park was going to be full. So instead, I was alone with my friends on a Wednesday after I worked that Sunday. Oh, I forgot to play these. So now that I told you how Ethereum enables me to live the way that I do, I'm going to talk a little bit about what living like this actually looks like for me. I'm going to address some common concerns and maybe some unknowns. First, I'm going to go over the 3 Ps: people, power, and pooping. I'm actually kidding. I'm not going to talk about pooping. But if you want to talk to me about it after, it's a pretty common question in the nomadic space. There's just some different systems out there, so we like to compare notes. Anyways, first, let's talk about people or community. A lot of people tell me, "Oh, I could never live in a bus. That couldn't be for me. I need my people too badly." And I can't lie, when I went to leave in this bus originally, I had to say goodbye to co-locating with a lot of really close friends, and it was hard. I had friends who were within a 30-minute drive of me and some that were right next door that, I don't see nearly as often because I haven't really been back. But on the flip side, there are nomads everywhere, digital and otherwise, who are traveling like this. We're really only ever alone as much as we want to be. Sometimes it's nice to get space. Right now, I've left my bus in Florida in a city of about a pop-up city of about 1,000 people. All school buses, vans, and RVs. And I guarantee you that, actually, I couldn't get a live stream link, but Sophia would have been watching this talk with no less than 5 of our friends in our bus right now. Anyways, there are nomads everywhere. I promise community is not such a big thing. We caravan together for months at a time if we want to. Anyways, power. A lot of people think, "Oh, I could never do it because I need so much electricity." Well, we have a ton of electricity from the sun, and solar has gotten really inexpensive. We've been running everything off-grid, and it's kind of one of the coolest things about living there is knowing that I built this mobile power station that could withstand the apocalypse and keep me running the AC. We actually made a video a little while ago about running a hot tub off of our solar for a few days in Mexico. If you have time, check it out. It was pretty fun. But anyways, I don't know if you know, but hot tubs take a lot of power, so we've got some watts. Another question I get all the time, how often do you move? For us, it's usually around 1 to 3 days. That differs, that's just a personal choice. Sometimes it's nice to veg out in the woods or on a beach, especially during tax season, so we can catch up on some things. But we'd safe at some places for like a week. Our record is 14 days on this really awesome surf break in Mexico. But otherwise, we like to keep moving. We travel pretty aggressively. Big question that comes with that is how much you spend a month on fuel. It's about $400 a month, and we drive about 16 hours on that. 16 hours is actually like the same amount as the average American commuter, which is kind of cool. So yeah, obviously, if we're trying to drive that 16 hours and we're in California, it's not $400. Okay, I have time to address one other concern that I plan for anyone to shout out. So if you have one, please, I'll try to address it. All right. Oh yeah, and I actually thought that was going to be it too. Starlink, easy, done, next. No, I'm kidding. I actually don't have time for any more. But yeah, Starlink makes it really, really easy to configure your router, even when you can load a VPN on there and look like you're showing up from anywhere, which is not really, well, I mean, VPNs are valuable, but I'm not trying to spoof my location for the most part. Yeah, Starlink makes it really easy. Oh yeah, I know what you're thinking. This is pretty impressive, maybe, but I don't know. This sounds so expensive. I don't think I could ever live like this. Well, let me assure you that my altcoin portfolio was not very kind to me during the bear. So I'm going to get into the stats of what it costs to get into this, but fortunately, my girlfriend made a montage.
A few weeks ago, this video of our school bus conversion tour went viral, and we got a lot of questions about how much it costs to convert a school bus into a tiny home. So let's get to it. It cost us $2,600 US to buy the actual bus. When we got it, it had all the seats in it, and it was already running great. For the actual renovations, we ended up spending around $12,000 US. We saved so much money by buying most of the things in our bus from Facebook Marketplace and from stripping old RVs. So if you really put your mind to it, you can save a lot of money that way. That puts the total cost of our school bus conversion, including the bus itself, at around $14,000 US. The great thing about building out a bus is that you can absolutely customize it to your own liking, and you can spend as much or as little as you'd really like. If you're interested in bus life, you should definitely give us a follow, as we'll be posting lots of tips, info, and bus lifestyle videos.
I feel like I absolutely have to say, just because people trust me to write smart contract code, that rounding error, or the addition error, that's intentional so that the Instagram views go. But anyways, not as expensive as you'd think. All in, we were actually about $14,400, but again, that error. Not super expensive, not super inexpensive, but really achievable if you fund it while you build it. I built it out in 5 months, and honestly, I think I would have been a little bit better off to be unemployed. If you're trying to keep that timeline, it's pretty intense. ETH is an amazing space, as I mentioned, but if you try to keep that timeline while working, I promise you're going to let some shit slide. Fortunately for me, I worked at a TradFi fintech startup at the time, so I made it to my meetings and no one really noticed. But all completed and our 9-to-5s in tow, we hit the road. We got about as far as Cambridge before I needed a new turbo actuator. So that's about 7 hours after we started. But other than that, no issues for a long time. And life got pretty good. We figured out how to make small work, and we learned a lot about how to work effectively in our space. And let's be real, in a relationship, we learned a lot about living together in that tiny-ass space. Though I'm going to surprise you now a little bit by saying that I spend way more time talking about how big this space is than how small it is. All my friends are in vans, so they're always saying, oh my God, this living room, so much space to work, so much space to entertain. I like to say I live in a mansion. We've been all over in the last 2.5 years, and pretty much to every state. I've gotten to keep speaking French. I speak Spanish now almost well enough to get most things done after our 2 winters in Baja. Although I know a little bit more bus vocabulary than Duolingo would have wanted me to. And I've had some really credible experiences along the way. When we were in Mexico, I started surfing about 3 times a day. Once in the morning, once at noon for lunch, and then again at sunset. I got to swim and paddleboard with humpback whales. Oh, that's a video I forgot to play. I got to fire off guns with some locals in Montana, an experience that left Sophia with nightmares for weeks, but I'll be honest, pretty cool. We got to live at the Golden Gate Bridge for a few days, actually twice, and we've managed to go skiing in May in the Alabama hills. I've really gotten to work with some of the best views as my not-so-virtual background. Where I really felt like this ETH space was giving back to me, I was in Oregon. Because we moved so much, I remember everything based on where I was at a given time. But anyways, I was in Oregon, and the startup that I was consulting for at the time started really scrambling. So I stepped up into a head of engineering role, along with taking ownership of their front-end code from a technical ownership perspective. And I started putting in like 16-hour days for about 2 months. And I know what you're thinking. There is no possible upside that can come from these circumstances. But I think you're wrong. It was amazing for me. For about 2 hours every day, I committed to spending time with my family, girlfriend and dog. But each day, we got to do something that was just completely incredible. We went to hot springs. I went one-wheeling on the beach with my dog. We got to go down cliffs. We did cold plunges, swimming, paddling in rivers and lakes, aquariums, that thing, some hot springs. It was really amazing. So at the end of those 2 months, even though I was all-nightering once a week, I felt like I could do more. I felt like I was still living the best life that I could be. So I was ready to keep going. I did not, and I want to say that I don't believe that those kind of work conditions are sustainable long-term, and you're definitely tanking your longevity as you do it. But in that case, I was having fun. All right, more shilling. As I mentioned before, I and my partner Matthias run WT Consulting. We are hiring, and if you're a protocol or network that has wanted to ship a project that you haven't had the technical capacity or resources for, please reach out. We'd love to scope it out. In conclusion, I want to thank you all for what we've accomplished, and the strength of our convictions is truly revolutionizing the way that we get to go to work. It's allowing us to have fun solving some of the hardest problems in the world while prioritizing flexibility, giving us rich, full lives and the ability to make both of those a priority. So thanks. I got 3 minutes. I don't know if we do questions at these. So yeah, water depends. So we usually try to run out every 2 weeks, but if we're showering a lot, then we'll go through it in no, honestly, 2 weeks is pretty much the fastest we've ever drained it, unless we're trying. We also have a Jeep that we tow behind us, so the Jeep is actually able to go get water from various places, especially when we're parked up on a beach. So we don't want to leave or whatever. If all of our friends are around, we don't want to lose this spot that our massive rig is holding on to. So yeah, great question. Thank you. Was it strapped or stuck? Oh, stuck in the beach or mud. Yeah, that's a great question. You've probably heard of a lot of vans getting stuck, especially if they're driving ProMasters. It's the front wheel. I don't know why they did that. Anyways, we're lucky. It's a Canadian. I'm Canadian, by the way. But anyways, it's a Canadian bus. It's got this sweet mud snow setting and a really, really powerful engine compared to its size. This is going to be a little bit too bus niche-y, but if you have a Cummins 5.9, then you probably have a little bit less ability to get going in the sand. I've seen a lot of my friends get stuck that way. But yeah, when I've been stuck one time, and it took us about 10 minutes to get out of it. We got this sweet mud snow setting, so you can just plow through the soft stuff. Any others? Oh yeah, that's a great question. Have you ever felt unsafe? So one time when I was in Mexico, I was getting work done on the bus, and they kind of broke something, and they didn't want to cop to it. And then I asked him a question about business insurance, and then subsequently he was like, "That doesn't exist here." And then I started taking pictures. That's when it got hairy for a second. I got a little nervous. They got 6 men, and they drove me all the way home. They followed me home, so I didn't go to the cops. That was the only time I ever felt actually unsafe. But even I was getting one time. This guy tried to rob us in Kansas City. He tried to take the scooter we had off the back. I just knocked on the door and was like, "Dude, what are you doing? We're here. It's fine. Go away." But it's okay. Anyways, so even then, I wasn't really feeling unsafe. Although I feel like I should a lot of times in America, because y'all have guns, and maybe I shouldn't advertise this, but we super don't. So, yeah, great question. 23 seconds. I should probably get off stage. But anyone? Any last ones? Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I got none of it. Oh, yeah, sure. You know what? Yeah, I'm more responsive on Telegram. Let's be real, the Instagram is my girlfriend's. I'm not actually on the internet. All right, thanks so much, guys.
All right. Can everybody hear me okay? Hello, hello. What's going on, everyone? Okay, full transparency. I don't know if I can follow up as cool as a bus on wheels where you get to work remotely, but I will do my absolute best. So for those who probably don't know me, my name is Tyler. I am the host of the Unleashing DeepIn podcast. And so DeepIn is something that's fairly near and dear to my heart. I've been in this space since about 2017, started working in decentralized identity. I work now at a company called Threenum, which is sort of DeepIn adjacent. All that to say, I was very jaded coming into what is now considered DeepIn as a result of the ICO craze, DeFi summer, NFTs, you name it. So hopefully that'll set the stage for what I'm talking about is something I actually do believe in quite wholeheartedly. But I'd love to start with a question, which is, who has heard this statement before? We are trying to onboard the next billion users into Web3. Have you heard that? We've all heard that. Okay. So I have a thesis. I think that DeepIn will be the catalyst for driving the next billion users into Web3. And so what I want to talk about today are 3 topics. First of all, the value of DeepIn, why I think the model is so prime for onboarding a billion users into the space. And then I want to go through 3 real-world use cases or case studies, if you will, for projects that are actually growing really fast and doing some interesting stuff in the space. So I'll start with what the heck is DeepIn anyway. Our friend Sammy, who's over at Masari, actually coined the term. We were kind of rolling around with different names, but we landed on what is called DeepIn now, and that is decentralized physical infrastructure networks. And so there are quite a few different implementations of this DeepIn model in different areas. Where I started off was wireless. That was what interested me the most. If you're familiar with projects like Helium, that's sort of dominated the narrative in the wireless space. But then there's been other projects like Filecoin, SiaCoin, et cetera, et cetera. And so DeepIn spans far greater than just wireless. There's a lot of interesting sectors, if you will, that are very receptive to this type of DeepIn model. And so what makes DeepIn interesting is this, what I call the DeepIn flywheel. Actually, I didn't coin this term, but this is sort of what we've come to call. And so it sort of revolves around this concept of users, individual contributors, deploying hardware, physical infrastructure, who are then compensated in a network token. And then it sort of drives this flywheel effect where you've got the demand side because you can actually incentivize deployments, but then you also can solve the supply side by bringing in users who can then be compensated in the network token as well. And so for those who maybe go back to the 2017, 2018 days, if you remember Chris Bernensky had his famous MV equals PQ model. I'm going to be honest with you, I went to school for finance and I couldn't fully wrap my head around how that was going to translate in some of these real world applications, but we're seeing that take place in DeepIn in real time, which is really kind of exciting. And so speaking of SIA, which is one of the sort of the decentralized storage projects that predated this DeepIn term. Their founder is doing another project in the space. His name's David. And one of the things that he said on our podcast a couple weeks ago was owning a token binds people together in a way that owning stock or donating to a charity doesn't. And so tokens have this really fascinating way of building community in ways that you just don't get through other kinds of mediums. And so you can leverage that within these decentralized physical infrastructure networks to satisfy both the supply and the demand side in kind of a new and novel way. And so some of those really unique value props that are specific to DeepIn is that it solves the cold start problem first and foremost. You're able to actually get users on both the supply and the demand side by compensating them or sort of incentivizing them, if you will, with this network token. The other thing is that it allows you to scale faster than ever. And some of the use cases that I'm going to talk about today really showcase the scalability that's sort of made possible by this DeepIn narrative that wasn't with their Web 2 counterparts or sort of competitors. It allows you to deploy hardware at scale dramatically faster while not even considering the ridiculous amounts of CapEx. If you're looking at things like wireless projects, companies like Verizon, AT&T, they spend billions of dollars trying to deploy hardware. And the reality is the DeepIn model enables that to happen so much faster and in a medium that actually captures value to those deployers. And the other thing is that it democratizes value. And so users that are on the supply side, they're using the network, they're actually able to get what would otherwise be something that sort of flows to the top, where Verizon and AT&T, for example, they really take everything, they monetize the heck out of the network. And if you're not one of those big 3 telcos, for example, you're sort of out of luck. And so these 4 unique value props really enable DeepIn to do things that you can't do in the Web 2 space in just a fascinating way. So said another way, DeepIn-powered networks sort of create this competitive advantage that becomes benefits to users who don't necessarily care about Web3. And so one of the things that I think is so exciting about this space is that it can get users in, interfacing with things that they otherwise would on a day-to-day basis, and sort of exchange that value with them, and they can accrue that, and you just don't get that in the legacy space. So I want to walk through 3 case studies of projects that are deploying the DeepIn model, scaling super quickly, and getting quite a bit of success. So the first one's Helium. If you've been in crypto for a while, you've probably heard about Helium. They started off by deploying what was called a LoRaWAN network, which is sort of this high range, sort of low throughput network that can be leveraged for things like IoT sensors and a bunch of different use cases. But specifically, in the last year or so, they rolled out what's called Helium Mobile. And Helium Mobile is a wireless network that's powered by the people. And so I want to start with this screenshot from Amir, who's the CEO of Nova Labs, which is sort of the company behind Helium Mobile. Don't quote me on this. I'm fairly certain they've scaled their mobile subscriber base faster than any wireless project in history. They've onboarded now 50,000 subscribers as of a few days ago, which is pretty incredible. And so the Helium model works like this. They sell hotspots to folks like us. You plug those hotspots in. I won't bore you with some of the technical details about the types of network bandwidth that they're providing, but the deployers who are actually out there providing this physical infrastructure get compensated in a speculative network token for providing that. And then off of that, they sell phone plans to regular subscribers who can actually roam and access these networks without even skipping a beat. From there, users who are actually participating in this ecosystem can do what's called mapping. And functionally what they can do is they can use their phone just the way it's already working and provide valuable data back to Helium Mobile saying, this place doesn't have good coverage, this place has sufficient coverage. And when they can actually get compensated in the network token that they can then use to be able to buy more data on the network, they can actually use to pay for their phone plans. And what it allows Helium Mobile to do is they can optimize its scales faster than ever seen before, because they can take that real-time data and say, we don't have coverage here that's sufficient. We've got a lot of high footfall traffic, and we need to incentivize that. And so they can actually roll out boosted coverage zones so that deployers get more network token. And so the cycle sort of, it just continues as they grow and grow and grow. And so in addition to providing a network model that's quite scalable, they're also building a better mousetrap. So I don't know if this affected anybody in the last 24 hours or so, but if you're an AT&T customer, you maybe know that your cell phone service went down. I won't speculate on why that was. I don't think any of us quite know yet. But these decentralized networks, in addition to being so valuable from their scalability and their deployment strategy, they're actually pretty robust, and they're immune to some of these problems that centralized systems are plagued by. And so if you were a Helium Mobile customer yesterday, you likely did not experience the outage that some of the AT&T customers did. So I use this example as you never forget your first. So my fiance couldn't care less about crypto. She's never owned crypto, never really planned on owning crypto. But she signed up for Helium Mobile's plan because their offer to customers in certain areas is as low as $5 a month. And so for her, it's just basic math. I need a phone plan, and I don't want to pay the $70 that she was paying before at T-Mobile. So she signed up for Helium Mobile, and as a part of that was able to opt into the mapping. And so now she's a customer of the network, and she's actually getting compensated in crypto in a way that she probably would never have been had it not been for this DeepIn model. So now all of a sudden you've got who I'd like to call our regular Web 2 customers who don't care, they don't know, but now she's actually getting crypto, she's involved in the ecosystem, and then she can use that to pay her plan off, which I think is so incredible, because now all of a sudden we talk about onboarding these users into Web 3, you're giving them the value propositions without all the cumbersome user experience problems, and it's really a value exchange and something that they're already familiar with, and you need a mobile plan still. So that's the first one that I want to talk about. The second one is a really interesting company that I got to have on the podcast called Silencio, and so they're doing something that I wasn't aware of beforehand, which is noise pollution mapping. Another thing I didn't know, it's a big problem. There is about $100 billion in sort of costs, whether you think about it from a hotel or a restaurant, that's sort of associated with this noise pollution. And so their model is so brilliant, and it uses DeepIn to power this, which is users download an app, They use the microphone on their device to be able to provide noise data that Silencio can turn around and sell to companies like Expedia or companies like hotel providers or OpenTable. And then they can use that data as an exchange that flows back to the users. And so I talk about lightning fast growth that's sort of enabled with this DePIN narrative. So they were able to scale their user base to over 100,000 users in about 6 months, which is pretty good. And the other thing is that a lot of these users were first-time crypto users, right? They never actually had a wallet. They didn't know much about crypto, but all of a sudden they think, hey, I can start earning passive income from my phone because I just download this app. I let it use the microphone. It's all secured. They don't actually track any audio or video. They're just using the decibel ratings. And in 6 months, and this is where the other power of DePIN comes into play, they were able to collect more noise data in 6 months than sort of the Web 2 competitor had done in 15 years. And so when I had the founders of the project on my podcast, they said that would not be possible without DePIN. And I would fully agree with them on that. And so the last case study that I'd like to share with you is something that I also didn't know was sort of a business case or a problem, and it's a company called Wingbits, and what they're providing is community-powered flight tracking. So what's interesting about flight tracking is that it's very regulated, but it's sort of this community-driven thing where people that are pilots or they're aviation enthusiasts, they actually set up these hardwares and they provide a lot of the tracking data that gets bought and used by Delta or by Boeing. Boeing is a big buyer of these flight tracking data. And so the companies that would sort of facilitate this data aggregation would actually allow people who are deploying hardware to get access to it as sort of the reward for being a part of the network. But we know about rug pulls in Web 3. These users got sort of what rug pulled in the Web 2 way. And so that company got acquired by either a private equity or a venture capital firm. I don't know the specifics. And basically they changed the incentive model where it was no longer, all that data that they were previously having access to was no longer the case. And so with those changes, there was a dramatic disconnect from the network because a lot of users who were excited about this said, I don't want to participate because it's no longer valuable. So Wingbits came in with DePIN, and what they were able to do was in 3 months, they were able to deploy more of these stations that were tracking flight data than this Web 2 company was able to do in the first 3 years of business. And that just really goes back to talk about the power of this model where you can incentivize both the demand and the supply side, and you build network participation in a way that just wasn't possible before. And so for all these reasons, I think that DePIN is going to be primed as a catalyst for onboarding billions of users into the space because they get access to something that just wasn't crypto native before, and it's solving problems that they don't have to know and or care about to be able to get access to. So I'll do my quick shill. If you're interested in learning more about DePIN projects, I've had a chance to interview a lot of the really great ones on my podcast. It's called Unleashing DePIN. These are a few that came to mind that I wanted to make sure you got a chance to take a look at. XNet, they're building basically decentralized wireless that can be roamed onto by companies like AT&T. Foam is sort of a GPS competitor. GPS is pretty inaccurate and also quite antiquated, and so they're doing some interesting things there. HiveMapper is a project that's basically creating. They're using dash cams to collect mapping. So if you think like Google Maps and some of these companies, that's done by very capital expensive and very centralized companies. And so there's a lot of them here. Peak, which is like an L1 for DePIN, is another one that came to mind. So now I've got my other show with some handles. If you want to check anything out, I'd love to do it. And I see a hand. I've got 6 minutes, so I'm happy to answer a few questions.
Test. Okay, cool. I'll stop yelling like a crazy guy. Okay, so I get the flywheel. You know, what I see though is like a lot of sell pressure, right? And we could have a reflexive spiral that the token goes down. Subsequently, they're not incentivized to run the infra, etc. Where is the buy pressure coming from to make these like net sustainable?
That's a great question. The token economic model, I think, is something that still has work to do. We've seen some big players come in, and frankly, the big players that have gotten a lot of success, you can see a lot of times where it's subsidized by lots and lots of venture capital money, and so there is definitely a balancing act. in every network model, it's a little bit different. So if you're looking at wireless, like I'll use a company like XNet, for example, they're very intentional about where their deployments go. And so the way the token model works is that companies that actually buy data, they burn it with the network token. And so if you don't have that buy burn mechanism in place, the flywheel, to your point, will fully collapse. And so it's something that has to be very intentionally built. Companies like XNet, for example, are ones that I think are doing it right. Demo's another project that I think is quite interesting. They haven't begun to monetize on the data side. What they basically do is you get a dongle for your car, and it collects the data that you can get access to, track it in real time, and then from there, data companies that are interested in buying and leveraging that data can be able to do that. And so you need the proper buy burn mechanisms in place. I think we're early days in terms of seeing what the right model is, because we've yet to have sort of the catastrophic collapse, like a Terra Luna style event within the space. That will happen. There's no question about it. But the reality is we definitely are in sort of early days. We're seeing that the data burn side needs to come to fruition to be able to offset some of that buy pressure that you're referencing, because it is a real thing. Any other questions? No? Cool. Well, I guess I can wrap it up a little bit early and yield some time back to everybody. So if you do get a chance, I'd love for you to take a listen to the pod. Like I said, I've got some pretty incredible founders that have come on to chat. I'm really passionate. I said I was jaded by the last 3 cycles, and this is one of those that I don't feel so jaded by. So I think there's some hope and quite a bit of opportunity here. Okay, a few more questions. Favorite episode would be the XNet one. I feel like I learned more on that podcast episode about wireless. I'm kind of a wireless geek. My day job is wireless adjacent, so that one, Rich is a fascinating individual. He ran the Google venture, the Google X, which is sort of the venture arm of Google for a while, and he did some crazy moonshot projects there, and so hearing about his learnings and expectations. The other one that I would say is the Glow episode. So that was the founder of SIA, as I mentioned, and so his lessons learned. He was in Deep In before we even called it Deep In. He's got some interesting learnings that they're applying to what they're doing. And Glow, for references, is a solar farm generation project with a carbon credit component. And so they're really trying to weed out all the BS and the carbon credits by sort of incentivizing solar farms to be deployed and pump that energy back into the grid that's, again, uses the token mechanism there. So anything else? I'll be right over here. I'd love to chat with everybody or anybody that has any further questions. What am I most bullish on that I'm not seeing built? God, that's a good question. So there's some interesting things in the privacy space that's starting to happen. I'm going to plead some ignorance on here with things like ZKs. You're starting to see conversations around how you can begin to sort of ensure the decentralization through hardware and other mechanisms. And again, I'm going to plead ignorance on, but it's one of the spaces that, because I don't know a lot about, I'm pretty interested to see what opportunities come to fruition as a result of it. So that would be one stock pick, if you want, that for a sector that I think is going to have some interesting growth. Cool. All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for coming. I really appreciate it. And I'll be over here if you have any questions.
Okay, do I? Oh, I just started. All right. Hi, my name is Jessica Ergo, and I'm probably not the normal person that you would expect to see here. I am an experiential creative director in advertising, and if you don't know what that is, when I started in 2008, it was a lot like Mad Men. I didn't sever someone's foot by riding a mower at the office party like was in the show, but a lot of crazy things happen, and they're not necessarily appropriate. So if you buy me a beer, I will gladly tell you some stories. That said, I've worked on a lot of different brands, HBO, David Bowie, Netflix. And what I really love about experiential is that it's about connection. It's not like watching a commercial or getting an ad on Instagram. It's a two-way conversation. And this is where Web3 and experiential can really help each other through that connection. So why would experiential matter, right? Well, depending on whatever you're working on, it could increase audience engagement. It could help create content. It creates memorable, emotional connections. And all of that really leads to what is most important, brand advocates. It's not somebody who just likes your brand or interacts with it. It's somebody that truly believes, that shares it, that talks about it. That's ultimately what we want to create with a lot of products and companies. And Web3 is right now is a place where a lot of that is happening. There is a lot of growth. So it's important to be able to differentiate yourself. So I'm on Discord like a lot of you, and there's lots of shared experiences that we're having there, but we're not building it beyond Discord. We're not growing and bonding those communities. Offline is more impactful. I mean, that's why we're here, right? Otherwise, we could just do Zoom meetings and not have Youth Denver at all. But we want to experience this together. We want to learn and grow together. Especially with everyone being really remote now, living online, in-person communities are just starting to get harder and harder to find. So let's start at the very beginning. What is an experiential activation? So I have 3 different examples for you. The first is a bigger one. It's something that might be around for months. It might be in a building. It's going to be something bigger that you walk through. It might have multiple rooms. And one of the ones that I did was for David Bowie. It was for his 75th birthday, and retail stores are generally not that interesting, right? But we changed that. We made it so people were coming back again and again. Each nook and cranny in it had an immersive moment. You could send a message to space to say thank you to Bowie. You could learn about his songwriting method and try it yourself. Another one is a pop-up. You've probably seen these before. They're in parks and on streets. One we did for Instagram was about highlighting small businesses for their shops. We really wanted to come in and, again, create that emotional connection. So for each small business that we were highlighting, there was a story to bring you in, something to learn about. We built specific displays for each item to make it special. And there were QR codes that mailed it straight to your house. Lastly, those are the simple ones that you walk by, you do the quick interaction, and you leave. The Oreo vault, you walk by, you get a little treat. There was a free floating door for Reese's on Halloween, and another one that had a bunch of door frames for each different movie, and if you used AR, you could step through it to a different world. Now, when I come to a lot of these events, everybody gets really excited and when they hear what I do, and they're like, oh, can you do that for me? Can you do that for my brand? Like, we could have so much fun at ETH Denver next year, and what nobody realizes is there's budget that's important, and there's also a massive group of people. There's producers, fabricators, creative directors, multiple people working on these projects. So I want to play a little game with you guys. Just shout out what you think, and we're going to play what does this cost. I promise we're going to get to Web3 after this. So this was at a conference. It was a little booth. There's some products in it. What do you think building this cost? $50,000. The carpet was $15,000. This was at Sundance. It was for Lyft. It was at the place where you got picked up and dropped off, so you could do something while you waited. There were throwback games, a hot cocoa bar. There were opportunities to win prizes and discount codes. What do you think this cost? 100? Anybody else? 250 for the guy in the hat. You win greatness. Now, we're clearly going up. So this one was for Amazon Prime hunters. We took over one block in LA and turned it into 1977 New York. We created the sign on this. We turned it into a grindhouse. When you went in, you got to watch the premiere. There was 70s candy. There was a comic book shop. We had 40 immersive actors on the streets. When you walked across the street, you went into a bowling alley where we had 3 experiences, parties, swag. What do you think this cost? $4.5 million. Yeah. Yep. So these are really cool, though. People love them. You get a lot of experiences out them. You create connections. You want to go see the show or whatever it is. So let's now start bringing in Web3, right? And we're going to talk about NFTs. And we need to start from the beginning because there's a lot of misunderstood potential that everybody here is going to know, right? We're going to talk about 2 different examples. Porsche, for example, they released 7,500 NFTs for about $1,500 a piece. The next day, it was dead. They turned it off after the release. The next one was Outside Magazine. They had 10,000 NFTs and an additional 3,000 that were free. That was dead within a few months. If the main functionality of an NFT is the NFT, that does not carry utility. The price is not really the biggest issue, but the value that's associated with it. So imagine Porsche, those people got money to drop, right? $1,500, nothing. But it did not offer value. There was no utility beyond what the NFT was offering. These are a lot of ways that when you look at the Gen 1, right, it was seen as a ticket, a piece of art. It was mostly online. There wasn't a lot of things beyond that to give value beyond that utility. So here's where we get back to connection, right? We want to create something like that's a relatable experience. These are what creates community and builds bridges from your IP to your IP from other communities. That's how you bring people in, build those connections, get those brand advocates. So let's talk about some of the unique aspects that are going to be able to bring these 2 worlds together. And one of the reasons why we can think about this too is you're going to be at ETH Denver next week. So how many of these things are you going to see? How many of these booths are going to have these types of interactions? So the first big thing is brand storytelling. This is where you get those emotional connections, right? Because you're diving deeper. You're learning about it. You're learning about the brand and why they exist. And that is how you create the brand advocates. So here's a fun way of something you could do. A scavenger hunt. It promotes exploration, engagement, it gamifies the experience, which we know works really well, and it can support local economies. So it's fun to talk about this, but I've done it. So the first example is for the Paralympics. And in the Olympics, you might not give a shit about the country that you're looking for, but you might care about the athletes, right? Like Phelps. People tuned in to watch Michael Phelps. But people really don't care about the Paralympics, and they don't really know any of the Paralympians, so we aim to change that. We wanted to teach people about their journeys, right? Their very real stories. So we created paths in the city that mirrored this. The different pins represented milestones in their life. And as you went and you collected these NFTs, you unlocked interactive murals. If one of them was a kayaker, you got a discount at a kayak rental spot that was on the water. You might get a workout session at the park. And at the end, when the Paralympics were on, you could use these NFTs to play along within the Paralympics. I brought 2 examples for this just because I think that the brand storytelling is so great. At Cannes, everybody's there to just get drunk on a boat, right? But France, they want people to know about France. So we created something that was about the authors in southern France. It was a Da Vinci Code style-esque quest that was inspired by these writers. We had keys all over the cities, and each one unlocked a different thing. So there was a unique gamer URL, there were instructions, clues, and that NFT was a key to unlock another clue. After everything was solved, those NFTs combined into one FT, and you got an invite to a party, and it also became the first edition of a book. Then there was continued contact after this, where it was like, do you want to do this while you're in Cannes? Here's something you could do next year. It continued that connection through that NFT. Now, everybody wants a personalized experience. You want something different than what's next to you, right? Nobody wants to be doing the exact same thing. One of the things that these NFTs allow for is making profiles and customization. So festivals, sports, concerts, these are all places where third parties can come, and you could integrate yourself into the story that is happening there, right? It provides a tangible value along with the memories that you're making. So one example is an EV car that had wanted to do something at a soccer match. They had these ignition buttons that they kept on talking about because these electrify the moment, right? They like level up your moment. So hiding these little ignition buttons all over the arena. And when you scanned it, it could unlock something. You would get an NFT, and then you could use that to do other things. It might open you up to a meet and greet, a door that gave you a really great view of the field, discounts, memorabilia. Some of them just started raining confetti down upon you, and you got a picture, and then that became the NFT. It also was able to drive CRM, data capture, and leads for this car brand. Now, integration. This is a really important one. We have physical and digital worlds colliding. Apple's doing that, right? This is the future with the new headset, right? This like hybrid era. So AR art galleries is one way to think about this, right? You're bridging the gap between these different worlds. You are engaging in tech-savvy people, but also people who might be really new to the space that are just walking around or into this. And it also encourages direct interaction and transactions with artists. So this is what happened at ETH Paris last year. And we created this map that people could consult, and you could view the regional artwork in real time as it was being constructed. You could also go there, add your own work / block to the correlating to one of the 3 marketplaces, like the Eiffel Tower. And then the final pieces were all bound to a 3D model. The last one, privacy protection. We know that this is something people are starting to get really concerned about. So this is really good for places that are festivals or places that have a lot of spirits and interactions. You're drinking, you need to be able to check that you're 21. So these are also places where you could get VIP access, exclusive experiences, other things like that. So one way to think about that was there was a tequila brand that wanted to do a big activation with multiple areas. So people getting to drink different things, having different experiences. So why not just get the bracelet, right, that says you're 21? Well, instead, we can do an NFT and we can customize your experience. So using RFID bracelets, you attach your NFT that you bought, and it not only like gets you in and it reduces the lines because now you just have to tap that bracelet. You walk around the experience and it will give you, say, custom drinks depending on whatever that profile is. It keeps track of the experiences that you do as you tap the bracelet, and this all gets put into that data. And then the company at the end was able to get all of this data about things that you like, what you do, without linking it to you directly. It doesn't know how old you are. It doesn't know if you're a boy. It doesn't know if you like cats. It just has this data of the things that you did while you were there. So that's a lot of opportunity, but what about the challenges? You want to have, like, the technological complexity is pretty high there, right? The process of creating, buying, and using the NFT. And you might say, ETH Denver, everybody knows how to do this shit. 2 years ago at SmartCon, there were a lot of bankers there. They were sent there to learn about DeFi, but they knew absolutely nothing. They were there by their banks. And yet there were all these things that were happening that they didn't really understand. So you really need to have a user-friendly platform that is going to offer that straightforward minting and purchasing. You want clear guides, and you want brand ambassadors there that are going to support them. An example of this is, I don't know if anybody saw the Renfield movie, but when it was released in theaters, while everybody was waiting during the preview, they released a game on the preview. You got the game, you were able to play it, you earned NFTs, and then once the movie was over, they continued this. You could keep playing, you could earn stuff. There was, I think, like 8,000 prizes, and the more you played and the more you earned, the more things that you got. Value beyond the event. You don't want attendees to question the value of it after the event is over, so you need to design them for that long-term utility. Kings of Leon is a really great example of this because they released their album as an NFT, and then you could get buyer's perks and VIP concerts to the next show. Inclusivity, accessibility, the cost of NFTs, the necessity of the wallet. So offering that range at different price points, using different chains to affect that pricing, and most people don't think about this, but using email. Infinity Keys is a Web3 gaming platform, and they offer the use of email. You can see it on here. You can get collected to your wallet or get the NFT sent straight to your email where it will stay until you want to put it in that wallet. Last year, if you were here, Raid Brewed had beer, and each beer had a NFT on it. You pulled off the sticker, you got an NFT that related, or that I think gives you part ownership in the beer. And so what they did was they combined forces with Infinity Keys. You got these NFTs. They could be in your email, but at the end, if you caught all 3 of them, then you got invited to an exclusive party. The last one is integrating meaningfully, and we've talked about this quite a bit so far, but you don't want to risk feeling like a gimmick. You want to integrate to enhance the experience, exclusive access, interactive experiences, part of this storytelling element. So a really great example of that is the Australian Open, tennis of all things, right? So what they did was they created all of these art balls, and you could buy one and pick a plot on a court per game. If the ball landed on that plot, it would record like your match results, but on top of that, you would win tickets to a corresponding match the next year. This ended up raising over $7 million, and then on top of it, 15% of them were people who are entirely new to NFTs, which is actually a really large number considering people that didn't even know how to get a wallet. So now, let's create your event together. I have a list of questions for you to ask yourself. The first one is, who is your audience, right? Is it that banker that's coming to SmartCon? Is it a developer? Is it somebody who's into sports because what you're doing is a sports piece? What is your goal? Is it brand awareness? Do you want to continue having these connections with these people? Is it data capture? What is the thing that you want to walk away with? This is my favorite. Is it dumb or is it fun? You always have to ask yourself this. This is important. If it's dumb, it's something that you're probably not going to do, your friends aren't going to do. If it's fun, even if it's hard, they might do it. And then the happy place is dumb and fun. It is where silliness and the fun resides, right? That's what I like. The next one is a little bit less of a question. It's more of a tactic, but you want to go crazy first, right? You want to go and push, be nuts. Don't think about anything with any sort of limitations, and then bring it back. Ask yourself, is this necessary? Does this tell my story? Does this talk to my audience? And the last thing, how are you going to educate and support, right? You don't want to just give away free crap. You just don't want people to come, interact with you, leave. That's like coming and getting a tote bag and never, ever coming back, right? You want them to walk away with something. What is it? Like, what is, and that goes back a little bit to like what your goal is. Do you want them to think that you're really cool? Do you want them to follow you on Twitter and start interacting you? Sorry, X. That all depends on what you want out of it and what you want them to get out of it. So that is my presentation. I have created one of the booths that you're going to be seeing at ETH Denver next week for Chainlink. And then also, I am the creative director, experiential creative director, leading everything for a new company launching called Last. And if you follow them on Twitter X, we're going to be giving away stuff. We're going to be bringing some cool things places. So if you follow them, you might get some cool swag and come to our party. That's about it. I have 1 minute, so I don't know if anybody has any questions. Yeah? Is that what? Is that what? That's the full cost, including paying for me and anybody else who's building it. So it includes, his question was $4 million. What does that included? I mean, that includes renting the space for 6 days, right? It included paying the actors. It included renting the cars. We built the sign. We had cocktails that we gave out that were themed towards the show. So each thing has a cost. Even rugs. Rugs have a cost. Lighting has a cost. All of those little things start to really build up. Thank you.
I'm not, okay, there, that's better. Yeah. Hey, y'all. Yeah, my name is Golda. I'm actually a software engineer at 3Box, so we do the ceramic network. So it's kind of, it's not like an L2, it's more like even lighter weight than an L2, and we anchor to Ethereum, and we do shared composable data models. But I'm not here to talk just about ceramic. You could probably put me in the space more in terms of like the regen, society change people, and I think that there's actually a lot more I'd like to see blockchain do than just be like a bunch of crypto tokens. So we're going to talk about supply chain traceability and why that's important. Why does it matter? First of all, there's a ton of greenwashing. You got all this thing where it's like ESG, climate this, climate that, and I think you probably have heard that the carbon credit markets tend to be totally fake. Anyone can just claim that they're doing anything. How do you prove it? So you need to have traceability. You need to have some way to combat that. Human rights impacts are huge. I'm actually on the UN Committee for cobalt mining, and cobalt mining in the DRC, in the Congo, you have a lot of violence, you have a lot of people being abused, and being able to actually demonstrate that that is or is not happening, again, is very important for putting that back pressure. So how do you apply that pressure? Suppose we care about this, you can get regulatory pressure. The EU, the European Union, is putting in regulations about it, but how do you enforce them? Because usually what happens is people just, they kind of say, oh yeah, I told my subcontractors don't do that. I'm sure they listened. And they really don't take that responsibility. So you get regulations, but they have to be enforceable. And then the European Union is putting in some actual traceability requirements, and that's actually also a business opportunity for Web3 developers, because those are going to be implemented with cryptographic signing. So you have kind of this whole very moving ecosystem that's not just kind of the NFTs and the token economy, but we're actually using it to demonstrate things about the real world. So this is just talking about tackling greenwashing. This is a slide, and I'm borrowing slides from some people I collaborate with. But yeah, 42% of environmental claims were considered deceptive. You really have a huge, huge problem with, we've got these problems where people are just lying about it. This is kind of a worse problem. Actually, a couple people who work with me on a project live in Myanmar. They told me the military she just told me she's got to leave Myanmar 2 days ago because they're conscripting every single young person, men and women. And they're also kill a lot of people. So that's a problem, but how do we address it? It's over there, but Chevron does business with them. So how can we press Chevron to actually press for change or maybe disinvest so that they're not funding the junta in Myanmar? How can you actually demonstrate that? Again, you get a lot of lip service, not a lot of action. How could you demonstrate it? So the European Commission is coming up with something called the Digital Product Passport, which means that they're going to actually have a traceability, like from mine to laptop. This laptop has a battery in it that has a lot of cobalt that was mined in the Congo. Now, right now, I have no idea whether it was mined by an artisanal miner who actually had rights or whether it was a slave labor. I don't know. I'm just using the laptop. So the product passport goal is to have that capability. And right now, they're doing stuff about recycling, but they're trying to get the mine, and the pressure can come because if you want to sell that laptop in the European Union, you'll have to obey that standard and actually do that traceability. So that puts the back pressure all the way back to the mine if we can do it right. So there's a committee, and there's a recommendation at the UN, recommendation 49, for a transparency protocol. There's some smart folks working on it. It's not just blockchain, but it will have to do with blockchain because blockchain is useful for having that distributed ledger. All the data will not be on blockchain, and we'll get into that, but there will be some use for it. This is a complicated diagram. We're going to look at it twice. I'm just going to go over it briefly now, and it's going to pop up again. But the idea is that a person could look at the barcode and see some kind of product passport. It would have some kind of credentials attached and some kind of traceability events. It would not have every single event that happened in the chain because there might be thousands and thousands and thousands of them. So it's not going to have them all sitting there for you to click on with your mobile phone. But the idea is that those are shown to someone, and the business then shows them to someone who's maybe an auditor, who maybe is an organization in this field, and that auditor looks at all the data and maybe makes a credential saying, yeah, I looked at it and it's good, and maybe here's a hash of that so you can't change the evidence later if someone else wants to look at it, and we'll get into that too. And there might be some of the events might get anchored into the passport. So you're kind of going to get all that connected. So anyway, it's an interoperability protocol, not platform. A lot of people have been saying protocols, not platforms recently. That's the whole motto of the blue sky. That's kind of the motto of Web3. And this is just another reminder that it's going to either be a race to the top or a race to the bottom. If we actually put credible pressure in place, then everyone's going to have to do better and better. But if greenwashing is really prevalent, you won't be able to make money without doing it. So it's really a decision we have to make to invest in that. So anyway, it's a W33 standard. If you're familiar with that, those are the standards that built the web. And it's basically a vocabulary. Okay, but where does this all connect to the blockchain? So it's not just blockchain. Just because you put something on the chain doesn't mean it's true. I can write stuff to Ethereum all day long that is just lies, and it's still lies even though it's written there. You just know that I wrote it. I can't say I didn't write it. That's all you get. So that's helpful, but it's not enough. And also there's a lot of data here, and we don't want it to be more expensive. So you don't want to create, if you were coming here hoping that there's going to be a supply chain and you can speculate on it, no, that's not the way it is. But there's a standard that does want there to be some type of maybe anchoring to chain, cryptographic signing, maybe a hash to the evidence. And this standard is actually being developed right now. You can actually participate in the committee if you want to. Now these are my thoughts. These are not shared by everybody in the space, but I want to share them because this is kind of where I've come to in it. One of the very important things, if I claim that this laptop battery was not built using slave labor, I should make an address for that claim. This Mac, Apple should have to say the Macs that were made in this batch on this model number were not made with slave labor, and actually have an address, because anything with URI, I can talk about it, and I can talk about it permissionlessly. Now, the other thing is that if you actually anchor them at a time and a geolocation, say maybe there's an evidence in the mine that this cobalt was mined at this location on this date. Aha. Now somebody who was at that location at that date can say, oh, wait, I was there. No, that sucked. They killed 3 people that day. It's like you can actually make adversarial attestations if you anchor to the real world. And I'm going to try to make sure we have time for questions. So there's a lot going on here. You're going to have some zero knowledge proof. You should be able to make permissionless claims. You do not want high volume data on chain, but you might have a big blob of high volume data and you take the hash of it, and you could put the hash on chain, because that way somebody later who's looking at it, they can't change it before they show it to them. So there's a number of things that are useful. And now we're getting back to this again. I just wanted to walk through that again. So maybe these are being written somewhere. And now I work at Ceramic. I'm not doing this talk to push Ceramic, but I actually think it might be a good place to put it, because it's a lightweight way to have signed things that can be anchored in time, that can change, little Merkle tree, and then they get anchored to the chain. So it might be on Ceramic. It might be on some other equivalent thing. There's a bunch of competing things, so I won't list them all, where you could write cryptographic blobs cheaply and anchor just the hash. So that might be a way that this happens. And then the credentials will actually be verifiable credentials. Now, that's a separate world from blockchain, but actually any blob of signed data, if we just get techie for a second, if you have a blob of signed data, you can basically make it be a verifiable credential if you just have a signature over the right organization of the data. Like if you put it in the format of the verifiable credential and sign it, you can store an extra signature. So anyway, stuff on chain can be compatible with verifiable credentials. That's the point. So this is an example of the battery passport. You can see there's all these steps from the mine to the refiner to the factories, and then you get to the end users, and then they also care about, did that actually get recycled, that same battery? And right now they are tracking whether it got recycled. So they're actually tracking this part, but they're not successfully tracking this part yet. But we're going to do some pilot projects to demonstrate that it's possible. So this is now the argument for ceramic. I actually think it's a good idea. I do work there, but I tend to be critical of my own stuff. But I actually think it's a good idea. It's lower cost than an L2 because it doesn't put everything on chain. And we have this whole composable thing that's sort of like MongoDB. So you have shared models, and two people could publish, and they could both consume the data that's published. We have data pools. So there's a number of things in ceramic that may give you some convenient tooling for this possible thing of shared data. And there's other things you could use too. Some people might want to use the graph, which is on Ethereum, but it's a little bit heavier weight. It's not the only thing, but it's a thing you could use, and you should look for something that's lightweight. So again, about the ceramic, what is ceramic? Since I'm here, they paid me to come here, I probably should talk about them. It has a property graph. You can do GraphQL queries against it. It's pretty scalable. Also, we anchor for you, so it's free to use right now. And then this is actually a group that I advise that builds on top of ceramic, but this is bringing up another point that I think is important, which is the social graph. Because this auditor dude, if we go back to that thing, if we go back to this thing where this competent authority, this auditor looked at all the data and said, yep, that's right, but how do we know he wasn't paid off? So he needs to have a reputation. And I used to actually work risk at Postmates and fight credit card fraudsters. And one thing I learned is that if you have cross-domain data and a lot of rich data about people and their relationships, it's easier to catch the fraudsters. So if we can put in a graph those auditors, and we know other things they do, we know stuff about them and stuff how they behaved in the past, and we kind of have this metadata about them, I think that is really where it's going to go. But first we have to do the main part. So what's the world like right now? It's very nascent. In cows, you can do it. Like the cows in Australia, if you buy beef in Australia, you know which cow it was and what the cow was doing and how much methane it breathed. But you don't know that for cobalt, and we're trying to get there. Right now, there is this thing called data stake where people can make incidents at mines and they make reporting, and then the people who control that data actually can monetize that data by selling it to someone who needs to demonstrate it. But it's not on-chain. It's still a centralized platform. And yeah, just remember there are real people, and a lot of that cobalt that's in those batteries is being gathered by hand by people who are actually subject to violence because they don't have the right to gather it, but they're doing it anyway, and then they get all kinds of different, people start to try to hit them up for money, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on. So it needs to be regularized and monitored. And then, how do you make the change really happen? Actually, I know we're covering a lot of stuff here. I'm kind of running through it fast. Can be through conversations. And this is actually a different platform, but they also may want to decentralize and use cryptographic signing to measure their impact. This is a Verity platform that they make engagement. So if a corporation's doing something, they actually have somebody meet. Like maybe we could actually get somebody who's in DRC, who I know, who knows somebody at a mine, to talk to the laptop manufacturers. That might make this more powerful. We can talk to a woman who speaks Swahili, who can get a translator, who actually is at the mine site, and have her talking to the CEOs of the laptop companies. That can be very powerful because they see it differently when they see a human being. So this is kind of a mixed message here because this slide is about the macro level. Right now, everybody just estimates the macro level. They're like, well, they made a commitment and they wrote it on a piece of paper, they're probably good. Or, well, in this industry, usually on the average, it's this. But what you really want is actual meetings that happened at a date and a time that occurred, and the person who was at the meeting can attest to it and then say there was or was not follow-up. And then you can gather that into a data stream, and that can actually be part of the data stream, which is, yes, they actually had an engagement. Yes, they actually met. Yes, the person who came from this stakeholder said there was a follow-up. And once you get very granular, you can actually make little changes, which is how we get big changes sometimes. Or sometimes you just make a big, there's other ways to make big changes, but sometimes you can make them bottom up. So the standards are just emerging right now. This is actually an opportunity to help define them. There's going to be a feedback process that happens over the next couple months, and I'm hoping that it's a very open standard. I know the people working on it, they're good people, and we want it to be scalable, transparent, and also privacy preserving. So this is the UN committee that's working on it. As you can see, they just kind of got the drafts done, and they're now trying to do the pilot and actually see if this will work. You guys may not be in mining, but, people are welcome to come as stakeholders or observers or, kibitzers and say what you think. And there's going to be business in this. There's going to be maybe jobs for trust architects. There's going to be people who have to implement this. There's going to have to be people who have to make the bridges between the current supply chain centralized stuff and the traceability standards. So there's going to be work for people. It might be worth learning about. And that is it for the presentation. I wanted to have 5 minutes for questions. Does anybody have questions? Yes. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I think stuff that affects people is important. And, in today's world, if you're not friends with people who might be in danger of getting killed, you need to make more friends. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, well, I guess I will release you all 5 minutes early. You can go play on the playground. But if there's any questions, feel free to come ask me. All right, thank you very much.